morning, my lady.
Morning,
Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
good morning,
Morning,
my
my
lady.
lady.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Good morning.
Yes, are we ready to proceed? Irene, can you call the matter into the record?
Today is the 25th of November, 2021, calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Good morning, Judge. We are ready to proceed. The witness is available.
Where is she? Good morning, Miss Nello. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Thank you. I think it's a problem.
My lady, may I perhaps just report back on the spreadsheet that we discussed
Yeah,
yesterday?
just before you do that, Mr. Makani, please, we do not want to hear what you are talking about, you and the people next to you. Yes, can continue.
Your lady will note that it has been uploaded under section 410, references for evidence of Nonseba Cynthia Sinello, as item number 2. It's copy of LE project clinical audit tool. If your lady goes to page 37285.
37285.
Yes, ma'am. Does your lady have it?
Yes, I'm just getting there. Yeah.
Yes, your ladyship will note that there's a heading placeholder page. And
yes,
then below
I've got it. And once we click here, we'll get everything.
Yes, if one clicks on that, one gets to the spreadsheet.
Yes, I can see that.
Thank you, my lady. I just wanted to point that out.
It doesn't have the, okay, now the name, oh, yes, I see you. The names do not appear, just see unknown. But there is information and there are ID numbers here, ne?
My lady, let me just call it up for myself.
I don't see the names.
Your ladyship will note that in the bottom right-hand corner, there is a sliding bar. If one moves that sliding bar completely to the left, your ladyship will see the names.
Where is the sliding bar?
My lady, at the bottom of the page,
yes, I got it. No, I got it. Thanks. It also has the addresses, ne?
It does, my lady. Yes.
Yes. Okay. No, I got it. Thanks very much.
And then, as one moves it across, obviously,
yes, the names appear. Yeah.
Remaining information.
I hope everyone is following. Just going to close it here. I see okay. Are you done, Mr. Van Bergen? I see your hand is still up. Thank you. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Mr. Makani, are you ready to continue with your cross-examination of the witness?
Morning, my lady.
Good morning. Are you ready to proceed?
I am ready to proceed, my lady.
Okay, please, you may proceed.
Morning, Ms. Nello.
Morning, counsel.
I am Advocate Makani for Dr. Manamela.
Morning, advocate.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to start asking you from the following. Ma'am, do you know of the national policy framework that was referred to as a 2013 to 2020 project, strategic plan?
Yes, I do, advocate.
Do you perhaps know that it is the mother of the Gauteng Mental Healthcare Strategic Plan 2014 to 2020?
Yes, I do. That we, as a Mental Health Directorate, we have aligned our strategic plan so that it must be in line with the national one. And ours is from 2014 to 2020.
And you would agree with me that the former MEC, Esidimeni Mahlangu, was not yet the MEC of Health at the time when you guys drafted the 2014 to 2020 strategic plan?
I'm not sure when she started. I think she was not, yes. Yes.
Okay. And you would remember that the said strategic plan, the provincial one, I'm talking about the Gauteng provincial plan, was for the reduction of 200 beds per year until the year 2020.
My lady?
Yes, my Ms. Govender.
My apologies. I just wanted to clarify something with my learned friend, Advocate Makani. Ms. Mahlangu was appointed in May of 2014, just as a matter of dates.
In May 2014.
Yes, that's correct.
So it's true that when they started this thing of the provincial strategic plan, she was not yet appointed.
It will depend on the date that was done.
Okay, all right. But the witness has responded to say she's not sure, and then we can leave it there. So she was appointed in May 2014. Let me just make a note here.
As the court pleases.
Continue, Mr. Makani.
As the court please. In terms of I would refer to it as the provincial one, alternatively the Gauteng
strategic plan.
The strategic plan. There was a further proposal of an addition of 20% reduction of beds. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. Okay.
if I may, were you comfortable with this strategy?
The strategic plan, when it was planned, one of the activities regarding the life Esidimeni as one of our activities, it was that each year there should be a reduction of 200 beds per annum. And then we were further told that because they did not honor that between 2014 and 2015, so they will be another 20% reduction, further 20%. We were informed. And I was comfortable with that.
The question is, were you comfortable with the strategy itself, yourself?
Yes, I was.
Was that your question, Mr. Makani?
That was my question, my lady.
Continue.
Yes, my lady, I was.
Just listen to the questions attentively. Answer what you are being asked, please.
Ma'am, it is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that she was equally comfortable with this strategy.
Yes, continue. Mr. Makani, is that you? Yes.
Lady, if I may just look at, do you perhaps know as to who exactly terminated the contract?
According to my statements, I have also indicated that we were informed by Dr. Manamela that the contract has been terminated and they've been given, Life Esidimeni has been given notice by the MEC for 6 months.
Okay, we have evidence before this court by Mr. Msenochi that was not disputed, that the termination was effected by the policymaker or by the MEC. Or who is the MEC? Can you dispute that?
No, I cannot dispute that. I agree, advocate.
Okay. You made mention of the fact that the NGOs at your meetings made a report that the NGO identifying teams made a report or made various reports to say the NGOs are ready. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, advocate.
Did you at that given time had any belief that they were not ready?
I didn't have that problem because I was informed by them that they are ready. So I didn't believe that they are not ready. Advocate.
It is my instructions by Dr. Manamela that she too believed the reports that were given by the identifying teams on your Monday meetings.
Yes, advocate.
And I would just refer you, it's just not a complete one, but it's just an example of one report which indicated the progress in terms of identifying. I'll refer you to the relevant page just now. That is under section 411. I'll give you the relevant page. My lady, those are the some of the documents that we asked the evidence leader to upload for us. I've already spoken to, I sent a message to Advocate Mboweni in the morning to alert her to inform the witness that if it's possible, she should have a look at these documents.
Yes, we're waiting to hear.
If you go to page 37288, you would see the NGO ready beds report by Tobane. It is Dr. Manamela that this is one of the reports. It indicates virus issues. If you can look at them and just look, if you have anything to say about it, you may do so.
Can you introduce the witness to this document?
I think I had, but I will do it again. It's the NGO ready report. It's from page by Tobane. It's from page 37288 to 37289.
Okay.
I've asked the witness to look at it, and if she has any comment, she may do so.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I see the report, the number of beds ready. I see the report.
Okay. So,
one sec. I found these matching
as the court, please, while we are still there, maybe we should therefore deal with one issue.
Just before you go there, I don't know, you asked the witness to comment on the document. Has she commented?
If she may, if she has any, my lady.
I don't have any comment. I do see. Maybe if he asks me a question about this,
okay,
I might respond.
Now, I didn't necessarily have a problem. I just shown you the report as an example to say this is some of the reports that were presented on your Monday meetings on the development of the identifying of the NGOs.
Yes, I agree, Advocate.
Okay. You remember yesterday you spoke of the incident where you were initially patients that had to be taken from Waverley to Tshepongwe 50, but as per your evidence, an additional 35 was added. Do you remember that?
I do, Advocate.
It is my instructions that the patients that were added from the 50 were not 35 but 25, but 20 to make it 70 on that particular day.
But according to my statistics, and as I was also there, it was not only 70 patients who went, there were 85.
My lady, if I'm just, I want to, my other piece is just being slow. I just want to refer the witness to the page that has the correct number of the people who were transported from Waverley to Tshepong.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, my lady, for the indulgence. Ma'am, if you may go to page 37.
While you are busy pursuing this, I'm not trying to, but does it matter? Because the message, what the witness was trying to tell this court was that during the transfers, when the transfers were being done, the problems with regard to readiness of preparing the mental health care users to move from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs, right? She was explaining the challenges to say at times her group, together with Life Esidimeni, would prepare patients who were supposed to leave according to what they were told a day prior to them leaving, but only to find that when the NGOs came, they would come with transport to say the number should increase, right? So I don't know whether the question of 20 or 35, does it matter? The crux of the matter is they would end up preparing more patients while there won't even be any time, which Life Esidimeni was not happy about. Am I correct, Ms. Sinele?
You are correct, Judge.
Yes. Does it matter, the number, the issue of numbers? I don't know where you're getting. I'm just saying that the message that is conveyed before this court is that is what I have just indicated now, according to the witness evidence.
My lady, it would submit that it matters, my lady, because the witness says she's adamant that it was 35. And in terms of a document, she says she has documented the issue of she's got proof, which we do not have it. So it's up to your ladyship to either at a later stage.
Continue.
My lady?
Continue.
I should continue the next question or with the line of questioning of the 20?
Whatever you want. I was just saying, I'm just alerting you that I'm not sure whether that matters. But if you feel like, I don't know why you are pursuing this, but continue with it, it's fine.
Okay. My lady, I will, even if your ladyship now seems disinterested in this point, but I will, my lady. It's page 37292.
Page
37292.
Okay.
I saw it. It's down there.
You have seen it's on the 12th of May 2016. Do you see that the number reflected there is 70? Tepo?
Yes, I see it, Advocate.
So do you still persist that the number was 85?
Yes, I do, and I've also attached in my annexures all the patients who were transferred on the 12th of May 2016. I also attached that.
Okay. So your answer is not that the number could not. You still maintain that your the 85 is the correct one. The document attached is not the true reflection of the events of that day.
I don't know the 70. I know the 85.
As the court, please.
My lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Apologies for interrupting my learned friend. I just wanted to clarify that this document, if one looks at the page before, page 37291, it's meant to cover Randfontein and Rand West care centres. So it doesn't include the Waverley transfers.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Makani.
My lady, I don't know. Let's then pass to another one.
Just before you pass, there is a colleague who has just submitted to this court that this document that you have just referred the witness to doesn't relate to what you are putting to the witness. I just want to hear your comment to this.
My lady, I was informed that it was.
If you look at page.
Yes. I've just realized that is 70. But I'll just, if we may pass, I'll come back to it if it's important. I'll come back to it.
My worry is I don't want you people to mislead the witness. But luckily the witness.
It's not the question. It's not
I'll
a
just
question
make a note
of misleading, my lady. It's a question of a mistake.
Please, when you introduce documents to the witness, take the witness through the document. If you had referred to this witness to page 37291, the witness would have seen what this document is, because you just referred directly to the point where you wanted her to comment.
Your ladyship, for the sake of saving time, your ladyship can come back to this point after lunch. I'll just take instructions on it.
No, okay, it's fine. Yes. In any event, the witness has responded. Continue. I'm just saying, please, just before you cross-examine the witness on a document, let the witness know what that document is so that the witness can properly answer. Thank you very much. We can pass that.
As the court, please. Ms. Sinello, if you may go to page 503 of case line. I think you're very much aware of it. It's your statement.
Yes, advocate, I found it.
If you may read paragraph 2, when you are done, you will tell me that I'm done. I will ask 1 or 2 questions from it, then we'll pass to another paragraph. Are you done?
I am done with paragraph 2. Thank you, Advocate.
As the court, please. It is my instructions from Dr. Manamela that she first had the issue of termination from the media.
I cannot comment on that. Maybe Dr. Manamela will come and testify on that. I don't know.
And
Continue.
And it is further instructions that she did not draft the termination letter as you state in your statement.
Yes, Ms. Senele.
As I've mentioned, she'll come and testify. To my knowledge, I thought that she was the one who drafted it, but it was signed. The letter was signed by Dr. Esidimeni.
Okay. So you were just assuming that it was drafted by Dr. Manamela.
As I've mentioned, that it is a practice that if there is an issue in your directorate, as the head of the directorate, you are the one who commences the process and you send the letter for signature to the HOD.
Yes, continue.
As the court, please. Therefore, it is Dr. Manamela's instructions that she was never part of the decision making of the termination of the contract with between the Housing Department of Health and Life Esidimeni.
I understand, Advocate. As I've mentioned, Dr. Manamela will testify to that, but we got feedback from her that termination letter has been signed and the notice has been given to Life Esidimeni. That's the feedback we got from her.
Continue.
As the court, Dr. Manamela agrees with the testimony or the evidence before court by Mr. Msinohi that the project team were simply the implementers of the decision.
Do I have to comment, Advocate?
Yes, I'm asking you to comment.
Do you agree or do you disagree according to what you know, with what is in your knowledge?
In my knowledge, I was an implementer of the project as I was working in the mental health directorate. Yes.
And I think earlier on I've asked you a question about the comfortability of the 2014 to 2020 strategic plan, and you said you were comfortable, and I said so was Dr. Manamela. How did you take the termination process, or when it was started, when you first heard that it's the contract is terminated and Life Esidimeni has been given 6 months? How did you take it?
I was concerned because there were so many patients. There were many patients at that time, and whether will it be possible for Life Esidimeni to finish that process. And I said, why can't they stick, the policymakers stick to the current strategic plan and reduce beds by 200 annually, even if the 20% is done because they did not comply the previous year, but they must continue with the 200 per year. That's how I felt, Advocate.
As the court, please. It is our instructions from Dr. Manamela that as someone who was part and parcel of the drafting of the national policy framework, which was the 2013 to 2020, and also came and drafted the one for the province, which is Gauteng province one, from 2014 until 2020. She was not comfortable with this termination as it was.
Okay,
do you have a comment on that?
She'll come and testify for herself. I'm on my personal capacity at the moment that I was not comfortable.
Okay. And do you think Dr. Manamela had any powers to reverse the decision of the policymakers, or to put it simple, of the MEC, or of the then MEC of Health, Tedani Mahlangu?
I cannot comment on that. As I've mentioned, that Dr. Manamela will come and give her own testimony.
Mr. Msinogi testified that none of the team members, including Dr. Manamela and yourself included, had no powers to reverse the decision of the then MEC of Health, Tedani Mahlangu.
I, Nongceba Sinelo, as a subordinate, I did not have any powers. Advocate.
Okay. But I'm just giving you what Mr. Msinogi has testified to say. She agrees with you that none of the members had such powers, but to implement.
On my side, I agree, I did not have any powers.
As the court, please. Ma'am, this project, one would say it was unprecedented, or it was first of its own kind being done under the circumstances. Would I be correct if I say that?
Yes, we were never involved in any project ourselves, even if before Life Esidimeni has transferred patients in large numbers before, we were not involved. There were other facilities which were closed down. I've made an example of Vet Ward, which is now a substance abuse facility. It had mental health care users which were transferred to other facilities, including hospitals, but it was entirely done by Life Esidimeni. The staff from Gauteng Health Department were not involved. So it was the first of its kind that we must also be operational and be involved. Thank you, Advocate.
As the court, please. And as you had earlier testified that these transferred were that of many mental health care users. don't you think the suggestion by Dr. Manamela that even yourselves as people from the provincial office should be involved rather than leaving it to the regional people as you have suggested?
I don't get your question. Can you kindly repeat the question? I don't understand.
I'll try. You remember from your statement, and let me, for issue of time and so forth, we'll just refer to what you've said. You said you had suggested that this should be done by the regional office, or it should be left to be done by the regional office. But Dr. Manamela said you guys should also be involved.
What is it that had to be done by the regional office?
Unless I'm mistaken, my lady, I think is the.
No, it appears it doesn't make sense. You are just saying this. Explain to the witness so that she can remember what her testimony was with regard to that.
As the court, please. The whole the termination process, that it had to be a collaboration of the provincial office and the regional office. Understand that your view was this should be left to the regional office.
Okay, can I answer and maybe try and correct?
Yes, do so.
I indicated that the core function of the district, the support of NGOs lies with them. As a result, when we were allocated to adopt the NGOs and be the one who are responsible for the NGOs, that's when I said I cannot be able to do that job because it's a core function of the district. And I suggested that I must be accompanied by a district coordinator in that. That is the ones we said they are the core functions of the district, mainly the support and ensuring that NGOs are run smoothly.
Thank you.
Thank you for thank you for the clarification. Ma'am, yesterday you may, or I think it's day before yesterday. Today is the 25th. I think on the 23rd. You said you had written a letter suggesting or motivating for the NGOs to be funded before they could start. And you gave such letter to Dr. Manamela. Dr. Manamela didn't sign it. You don't know why. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember. Advocate.
Dr. Manamela's instructions is that during your Monday meetings, you guys deliberated on this issue, and she asked you to write that letter, and you wrote it and gave it to her, and she signed it, and she gave it to her supervisors, who then took it to the finance department.
Thank you, Advocate. I was not aware of that feedback. And my problem was that there was nothing done because there were no funds which were given afterwards. So I didn't get any other report that funds are available or not for startup pack, for startup funds. I didn't get any feedback.
But Ms. Nello, don't you think your words were improper to suggest that Dr. Manamela didn't sign it? Because if you say you don't know, you could have at least said, I did this part, I don't know what happened.
Okay, I would admit that if I said she did not sign, it's because I did not get any feedback that she has signed it and she has processed the letter. I did not get any. I even said, I'm not sure whether Dr. Manamela signed it or not. I didn't say that she did not sign.
No, that clarification, I think it came it came a following day that you're not sure, but your first answer was she didn't sign it. But anyway, what I want to put to you is the following: is that Dr. Manamela processed the letter as the proper channels that it must go to the supervisors, then be given to the finance department. The reply or the response that she received was, as per the government regulations and so forth, you cannot be funded before you start doing the actual job.
Thank you for the information. I did not get the feedback. Thank you, sir.
As the court, please. Then let's then go to July 2016 when Dr. Manamela assigns you and others to various NGOs to assess and so forth. Would you agree with me that the gesture or the decision, either by Dr. Manamela or it was a collective decision, can be interpreted to say the team did not just transfer the mental health care users and neglected them?
Yes, I agree, Advocate.
And you would agree, and also the adopt strategy on its own, wouldn't that also be construed to be a support from the project team, or including Dr. Manamela, to the NGOs?
I agree fully with you, as I've mentioned that after we have detected that there were problems with the NGOs, Dr. Manamela came up with a strategy that we must adopt, which I objected in this sense that it's a core function of the district, and I will go, provided I go with the district district staff. Thank you.
You also testified that you reported concerns to Dr. Manamela, who then sent other people to go and redo the assessment that you've already done. Do you remember that?
I do remember that we went to Precious Angels and we reported that conditions are appalling, and we recommend that this NGO should be closed immediately. And then he said, okay, we'll send some other people to go and verify those people who have identified that NGO. Thank you, Advocate.
It is my instructions that the reason why Dr. Manamela had sent the people that identified the said NGOs was because they are the people who came back during the Monday meetings and said the NGOs are ready and suitable to accommodate the mental health care users. It was not a question of reassessment, but rather they should go back and check as to what went wrong from what they had earlier seen.
Yes, I understand. As I've said, they went to verify our findings. Thank you.
As the court, please. My lady.
Yes.
If I may propose that I just want to see and take. I just didn't want to be on my phone. The Dr. Manamela is not with us. She's been sending things on what do you call it, and on WhatsApp. So I want to see as to whether do I have further questions or
Okay,
I would have finished. If you can then, if I see it's 5 to 11, if you can then maybe take the tea adjournment at least until 10 past.
I think it's too early now.
Okay.
You can do that. We'll wait for you just 5 minutes.
Okay, my lady. As the court, please.
Yes.
Thank you a lot, my lady, for the indulgence. I think there was a proposition, my lady. We don't want it to come to bite us. I think where we said the 2014 to 2020 provincial plan was adopted before the MEC came into the picture. She was already in the picture. She just found the process of drafting it already underway.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we just wish to clarify that. Our only issue was that we said she found it there. It's just that at a later stage, she then implemented the question of termination. If I may just ask one or two questions.
Continue.
Ms. Sinello, when you testified, there's a place where you said Dr. Manamela had a direct line of communication with the MEC. You remember that?
Yes, I do. Advocate.
It is Dr. Manamela's instructions, which is also confirmed by Mr. Msinoki, that the team members would have concerns, then the concerns will therefore be documented, then the project leader or the project manager will be the one, or the HOD will be the one to take the concerns to the MEC, not the people such as Dr. Manamela. So Dr. Manamela's version is that she has never had the direct line of communication with the MEC.
Okay. What I said was that Dr. Manamela was the one who was attending MEC's meetings for feedbacks. That's what I mean by direct contact, direct line with the MEC.
No, okay. No problem. The Dr. Manamela says none of your concerns were not that you have raised with her. None of your concerns were left out on the concerns that were raised with the MEC. What is your comment to that?
I don't know what to comment. I said we were just giving her our comments. I was just wondering whether did they reach the MEC. That was just my wondering. So I'm pleased that they were actually communicated to the MEC. Okay.
Yes.
My lady, if I may just take a question from something from my senior advocate Barra. He just gave me something. I just want to clarify it with him. Half a minute.
Continue.
Thanks a lot for the indulgence. You were placed at or deployed to Waverley with Sofilin Kwane. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct, advocate.
And both of you were placed at the said center by Dr. Manamela?
Yes, you are correct, advocate.
Because you fall under her directorate.
Yes, advocate. I agree.
As the court, please. You testified I think yesterday we didn't. I think it's on the 23rd. You said Dr. Manamela was domineering. When you were asked, you said she was giving instructions. Is it a wrong thing for your superior to give you instructions?
It is not wrong for your superior to give you instructions, but maybe the manner sometimes of giving instruction could be the problem.
Okay. But we have both agreed that this was an unprecedented project, and it could have been overwhelming for you also. Am I right?
I agree, but she was always telling to us, even if we've got problems, she would say, this is an unusual situation. We have to do it. It's a mandate. I agree with you.
Did she tell you it's a mandate from who?
No, from the MEC.
As the court, please. So you. My lady, if we may adjourn for tea, then after tea, I might come and say I don't have a question or ask 1 or 2 questions, and then I'll be done. And then someone next must just be preparing because I'm almost done.
What is the time now? It's 11:05. All right, the witness is warned. We're going to take the tea adjournment. Let us resume at 11:20. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Are you there, Mr. Makani?
Hello, my lady. If I may, it's just a few questions. I think, my lady, I think my network is doing so. Can I just exit and
we
rejoin?
hear you. If you can continue, we can hear you.
But it's like you're breaking a bit from my side. If I can just exit and come back.
Okay.
My lady, I would want the witness to go to.
Your previous picture still appears. If you can just remove that.
Which picture, my lady?
Your previous picture.
My lady, I don't even know how to remove.
Yeah, just continue. It's fine.
Okay, my lady. Ma'am, if you may go to page 1436. And go to paragraph 15. Please read that and contextualize it. When you're done, please let me know. I have about 2 questions. Then I'll move to the last one. That is Zanele Buthelez's statement. I've just referred you to its paragraph 15.
Must I read paragraph 15 only?
Yeah, yes, only paragraph 15 for now. Then I'll pose 2 questions. When you are done, I will then go to the last paragraph.
Thank you. I'm done with paragraph 15.
Okay. In paragraph 15, it speaks about the January meeting. Did you attend the meeting?
I did not attend that meeting.
You did not attend that meeting.
Yes.
So, okay. I would therefore refer you to paragraph 26, which is page 1439.
Paragraph
26. If you can read it, then I'll ask you one last question.
I've read it, Advocate.
If you look at the last sentence, it says, in respect of the former MEC Esidimeni Inquest, they mentioned that everyone was afraid of her?
I personally did not verbalize that because I didn't have much interactions with the MEC. As I've said, I've only attended very few meetings with MEC, so I didn't have any encounter of being afraid for her.
Okay. No, I think we'll take it up when Dr. Linkwane comes. It's fine. On the few meetings that you have attended with the former MEC Esidimeni Mahlangu, how was she? Was she a nice person? Was she someone that you would enjoy working with?
According to me, she was firm.
Yes, just a second. Ms. Govender, do you have something to ask?
I do, my lady. I'd like to just get an understanding of how Ms. Mahlangu's personality type has a bearing on criminal causation.
Thank you. Mr. Makanye?
My lady, this question has been asked to number of witnesses. I don't understand why. It's just the repetition as to, because it's just the question of it something that she has to comment to say this was because Dr. Manamela would come and say this is how I viewed her on our interaction according to this project. We are not asking about if I may just rephrase and say she's firm on what? Is she firm on this project and so forth?
The question is, how does this relate to the issue of criminal liability or responsibility? That is what Ms. Govender is asking.
My lady, my submission would be it might not it would be difficult for us to it supports our question, only supports, it will then support our version, which the court will then take its own decision. If your ladyship is of the view that even if other witnesses were asked these questions and it was allowed, this one should not, I have no objection, my lady, because
Ms. Govender?
My lady, the reason this line of questioning is particularly peculiar is because we've heard repeatedly from this witness that she's had limited engagement with the MEC. So what my learned friend with respect is asking her to do is to speculate or provide this court with hearsay evidence based on what others have said. So this doesn't assist the court in any way.
My lady, if I may just have respond to that a bit. She has said herself, I've had communication, I've interacted with her a few times. So I'm asking on the few times. I'm not saying when others had interaction. What is it that they've told you that she was like this? Hence, I never persisted with these things because she said she was not there.
Thank you. Can we stick to what is relevant to assist the court in this proceedings? This question is not allowed. Continue.
My lady, that will be all from our side. Therefore, my lady, will our cross-examination will therefore be concluded at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Makanye. Ms. Mujerere, I'm just checking my list. You will be next. Just a second. Where did I take my list now? Yes, Ms. Mujerere will be next. Then there will be Mr. Forbey.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Just a second, my lady. Good morning, Mrs. Nelo.
Good morning, counsel.
I'm Advocate Rendani Munjalele. I'm representing Mahloli Daphne Ndlovu. She was a social worker at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center when the Life Esidimeni project happened.
Yes.
Okay. My first question to you, Ms. Nelo, it will be that during cross-examination by Advocate Pue or Ms. Pue, you indicated before this honorable court that you were posted at Waverley together with Dr. Linkwane to fast-track the project. Am I correct?
You are correct, counsel.
You further testified repeatedly so that patients were discharged from Waverley in a satisfactory condition. Is that the position?
I said all those when I was facilitating transfers, when they were checked by both the Life Esidimeni and even Cullinan, because they came to receive, they left in a satisfactory condition.
Ms. Nelo, my question to you is that you said repeatedly during cross-examination that patients were discharged under satisfactory condition. So my question to you is that the position?
Yes, counsel.
Okay. And if you are saying that is the position, I'm gonna refer you to page 1438 in the case line. That is the statement of Ms. Zanele Buthelezi. And I would like you to pay attention, or rather to have a look at paragraph 24. Are you there, Ms. Nelo?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I will ask you to kindly just go through this paragraph 24 before I could start asking you questions regarding this paragraph. Are you done?
I am done, counsel. Thank you.
Okay. You will realize that in the first two lines of this paragraph, Zanele Buthelezi is saying, we pointed out to them that specific MHCUs were prone to relapsing and that they were thus not suited to be placed in an NGO. What is your comment to that?
Yes, I agree with her. As I said, we were facilitating transfers using the spreadsheet which was given to us. And most of the patients, they were recommended that they can go, they were recommended by the MDT of Life Esidimeni that they can go to NGOs. But we also indicated that some of them are prone to relapse. That's why some of them went to hospitals like Cullinan. Thank you.
No, but what I'm saying to you, I'm making follow-up, Ms. Nelo, on the answer that you have given repeatedly under cross-examination to say that patients were discharged from Waverley in satisfactory condition. Then, wait. And then as I'm making that follow-up, I'm saying to you that somebody who was working right there at Life Esidimeni Waverley, where you were also posted, she's saying she indicated to you and Dr. Linkwane that specific MHCUs were prone to relapsing and that they were thus not suited to be placed in an NGO. So the answer that I'm expecting you to give before this honorable court is that, were you told of this? Are you aware of this, that there were patients who were prone to relapsing?
Yes.
Okay,
I was aware that there are patients who can relapse. But by satisfactory, we meant, if you remember, I said these patients were checked physically, whether do they have any problems. By satisfactory, I said, when they left.
No, Miss Nello, don't confuse yourself. You are going.
Can you leave the witness to finish? Then you'll make a follow-up.
Okay.
Let's avoid a dialogue between you and the witness, please.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Ms. Sinele, continue.
By saying satisfactory, I mean, on that day, you wouldn't see the proneness to relapsing. They were checked physically whether they are in a satisfactory condition to go to another place. That's what I meant by satisfactory condition. Thank you.
Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. And in sentence number 2 of the same paragraph 24, Ms. Zanele Buthelezi further indicated that these people, they were not suited to be placed in an NGO. What is your comment to that?
I don't know how to answer you, because I've already explained that we could be able to actually assess patients and see whether this patient is able to be in an NGO or not. And we had made recommendation for those we felt as psychiatric nurses that, guys, based on what you are telling us, this patient cannot be suitable. So I'm not sure how to answer you.
Okay, but of importance here, what I want you to understand is that according to Zanele Buthelezi, these patients that she said were prone to relapsing, they were not suitable to be discharged to an NGO. Did you understand my point?
No, I agree with you. Those who are prone to relapsing and those who've got psychotic behaviors, definitely they are not suitable for NGOs. I agree.
Then if you agree with me in that regard, can you please tell this honorable court as to where were these patients who were said to be prone to relapsing by Zanele Buthelezi discharged to or transferred to?
Okay, I'll go back and say when we were assessing, helping them to transfer and using the spreadsheet, most of the patients were recommended to go to NGOs, but because we have an understanding of mental health, and based on the information which were given to us, we would recommend that this patient, you are saying this patient is prone to relapse, but we also feel this person cannot go to an NGO. This person has to go to a hospital like Sterkfontein or Vescopis. But if this patient is also diagnosed with intellectual disability, he must go to Cullinan, which is catering the same level of care like Life Esidimeni. Thank you.
Okay. Can you tell the court again as to, do you know the number perhaps as to how many of those patients, how many of those patients who were said to be prone to relapsing were there at Waverley?
I wouldn't really know the number, but there were many patients who were prone to relapsing, and most of them, they went to Vescopis, provided they were not intellectually disabled. Most of them went to Vescopis.
Okay. And paragraph 3 to 6 of line 3 to 6 of the same paragraph 24 that I've asked you to read earlier. It says, okay. It says we had MHCUs who were just not dischargeable at all, and notwithstanding our remonstrations, they were discharged. Approximately 60% of our MHCUs were not dischargeable. This is still Zanele Buthelezi in her paragraph 24 of your statement. What is your comment to that?
It is her approximation that they were not dischargeable, but with their concerns, and with us, the effort as the team, we actually recommended hospitals and NGOs, and she was there also. So it is her testimony that they were 60% were not dischargeable because she knew the patients.
So in other words, Ms. Nello, are you saying that you are disagreeing with Ms. Zanele Buthelez's testimony?
No, I am not disagreeing because she knew the patients. I am not disagreeing with her.
Oh, okay, so you agree that there were 60% patients who were not dischargeable at Waverley?
That's what she's saying, ma'am.
What is your comment to that?
I wouldn't know because the 60%, I'm not sure how many patients, how much percentage went to hospital, how much percentage went to NGO. So I'm not sure exactly how to answer.
Why you don't know? Can you tell the court why you don't know?
Because of the 60%. But most of the patients, as she has said, they were not dischargeable, and those who were not dischargeable were sent to hospitals. And hospitals like Kalinen, where there is a structured environment.
Okay. Just a sec, my lady. Okay. Ms. Nello, let's go to, I'm going to refer you to page 33920 in the case line. Sorry, my lady.
Yes.
Sorry, my lady, I'm still trying to go to the third
Page, okay.
yes, to the third page, my lady. Sorry for this, my lady. I thought I was gonna do it quicker, but my apologies, my lady.
Is there any problem that you are encountering there?
And I'm just trying to get to the statement through my other device.
Should we take a 5-minute break?
No, my lady, I'm almost there. It's just taking me longer than I thought. My apologies for all this, even to colleagues. Okay, I got the page, my lady. Thank you for the indulgence, my lady. Miss Nello, like I said earlier, that I'm going to refer you to page 33920. Can you kindly read the paragraph there?
Please tell the witness what this is.
Okay, it is the paragraph that starts with Miss Buthelezi. Can you read that entire paragraph there?
What paragraph is it? 58.
Miss Senello,
Yes.
this is the record of the proceedings. That is when Miss This particular page that we are referred to, it's the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi in this inquest.
Okay, Judge.
That was at the time when Ms. Mjerera was cross-examining the witness, Ms. Buthelezi, just for you to have a context as to what you are being referred to. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done.
Okay. So from that paragraph, Ms. Nello, Mrs. Buthelezi testified before this honorable court to say patients who were sickly were kept in a sick bay, and on the day of transfer, they were handed over. This is one of the challenges that we've been raising, that this patient is sickly. This patient is not suitable for transfer. But the instruction was that all patients need to be out of life Esidimeni. That is why we handed over to the Department of Health official who were based in Wavele Care Center. What is your comment to that, Ms. Nello?
I would like to comment that these patients were not handed over to us who were based in Wavele Care Center. If a patient is being taken to another facility, they hand over to that facility, not to us.
Come again?
If a patient is transferred to a facility, maybe an NGO or a hospital, they are not transferring to us. They are transferring to that facility. We were there to facilitate and observe whether the transfer is okay.
Yes, Ms. Buthelezi. Okay, sorry, Ms. Snell, for referring to you as Ms. Buthelezi. But what I want to say to you is that what I want you to comment on as well is this evidence, this testimony by Ms. Buthelezi that I've just read to you in this paragraph, where she said patients who were sickly were kept in a sick bay, and on the day of transfer, they were handed over. This is one of the challenges that we've been raising, that this patient is sickly. This patient is not suitable for transfer, but the instruction was that all patients need to be out of life Esidimeni. I would like you to comment on this testimony of Ms. Buthelezi, taking into account that you have been saying throughout your testimony that patients were discharged from life Esidimeni in satisfactory condition. So can you comment on the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi that I've just read to you?
All right. On the patients, all the patients who were in sick bay, I was quite aware. I even had a list because we went to sick bay, and those patients were not transferred or discharged till the last day. Those patients were taken to the waiting room, and those patients, they went, especially those who were sick, they went to Baneng, and others went to Randfontein. All the patients from the sick bay, they were not transferred.
Okay, so but do you agree with this evidence of Ms. Buthelezi that patients who were very sickly were discharged? Do you agree with it?
I agree that there were patients who were sick, who were still in the sick bay, and those patients were not transferred from Waverley to another facility. They were transferred to their facility, which was Baneng and Randfontein.
Okay. If that is your answer, Ms. Nello, let's go to page 33921. If that is your answer, what we have just given to the Honorable Court now, I've said let's go to page 33921. There, I'm going to request you to read paragraph 10, where it starts with Ms. Buthelezi again. Can you see that? Can you see that? Yes.
Is it paragraph 10 or line 10?
Line 10, my lady. Sorry for that. And when you finish reading it, kindly let me know that you are done.
I have read Ms. Buthelezi's version.
Okay, you have just told this court that those who were sickly were transferred to facilities of Life Esidimeni. But according to the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi, as I've asked you to read it just now, it is saying, like I have said, patients who were not well were also handed to the Department of Health officials who were based in Waverley Care Center. Yes, they were transferred to the NGOs. What's your comment to that?
I disagree that patients who were sick, because when we were observing or overseeing the process, I have mentioned that physically, all those who went to NGOs, when I was there, they were in a satisfactory condition. There were no signs of being sick, all those who went to NGOs when I was transferring. Thank you.
Yes.
My lady, if I may perhaps just interject at this point.
Yes, Counsel.
Just in fairness to Ms. Sanello, I submit that my learned friend should also allow her to read the remainder of the page on this issue.
Mm-hmm.
She read to her from line 10, where Ms. Buthelezi said, like I have said, patients who were not well were also handed to the Department of Health officials who were based in Waverley Care Center. Yes, they were transferred to the NGOs. And then Ms. Munjerere asked, my question to you is, why were these people who were sick, because you were still having the contract with the Department of Health, why were they not taken to the hospital instead of being handed over to the non-governmental organizations? And I then objected, my lady, and I pointed out that she had already explained, and that is from line 21 onwards, where I confirmed that Ms. Buthelezi's evidence had been that patients who had minor ailments were in the sick bay and they were handed over, and that patients with more serious conditions, and this is at the top of page 33.
Yes, I'm there. Continue.
Patients who had more serious conditions were in hospital, specifically Tambo Provincial Hospital. And she said that she recalls that some of those patients were transferred at a later stage. My lady, I then said that question has already been answered, and your ladyship said, can you please avoid repetition? So it's once again a question of context, my lady. There were two classes of, if I may refer to it as that, two classes of patients who were not well. Those with minor ailments were in the sick bay and they were transferred, and those who had more serious conditions were in hospital and were transferred at a later stage. But those are the facts that should be put to this witness to comment on.
Ms. Bujera?
As please, the Honorable Court, my lady, I beg to differ with my learned colleague, because the point that I'm trying to bring before this Honorable Court is that patients who were sick, my lady, were transferred to the NGO. So my learned colleague, yes, I understand.
That was not the evidence, because my worry is I don't want you to read the statement out of context, because as he reads, when the statement goes further, right, you hear that the evidence now, she's now referring to those who were sick and those who had minor ailments. If you can just read the statement from where you were questioning the witness up to where Mr. Van Bergen has just read.
Yes, my lady, with due respect to my learned colleague, my lady, I have done so already. I've analyzed this testimony of Ms. Buthelezi before this day that I'm cross-examining this witness before this court now, and I was satisfied within myself, my lady, that the point that I would like to bring to the attention of this honorable court is that the testimony of Ms. Sanello, that patients who were transferred from from Waverley were in a satisfactory condition is not necessarily so. That is the point I'm trying to bring before this honorable court, because the evidence of Miss Buthelezi, even though she's saying that other patients who were sick, they were transferred to this type of hospital, my lady, and all that. But the main issue here is that those who were sick as well, contrary to the testimony of Mrs. Snello, they were also transferred to NGOs. That's my point, my lady.
Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, what my learned friend endeavors to do with respect is to force certain facts to fit into an argument that she personally holds. And I submit that cannot be done. One must look at what the facts are and then ask the witness on those facts to comment. My learned friend cannot say that what she seeks to elicit from Ms. Snello is that her statement that patients who were transferred were in a satisfactory condition is incorrect with reference to the portions of the record that she referred the witness to, because that is not the entire picture. The entire picture is there were two categories of unwell patients, those with minor ailments, those with more serious conditions. That is what Ms. Snello should comment on. One cannot, although it may be tempting to do so, one cannot fit facts into a mold of one's own making if those facts don't fit into that mold. As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Mujarara, I think that is why I've just asked you to look at the statement again, and we all make mistakes. Just look at that statement, because from that portion that Mr. van Berken has just read to the court, the statement talks about two categories, right? But I don't know why you are still insistent on the point, and I don't want you to be putting what is not in context to the witness.
As please the court, my lady.
Yes, just look at it properly and then let the witness answer what is there on the statement.
As please the court, my lady. Or maybe can I proceed to the next question?
Or you're going to leave this with this one?
Yeah.
All right, proceed. Are you abandoning it?
I'm just leaving it where it was, my lady. I don't know if I'm abandoning it, but
right, okay.
I'm gonna be putting question to the witness before court now, which will also be proving or rather showing that sick patients, people who were sick, my lady, were discharged from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs.
Okay, continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Miss Snello, it is my client. It is my client's instruction, Matlori Defni Ndlovu, that patients that she sorry, my lady, I don't know what happened there.
Is there a problem?
Yes, my lady, it appears that the screen of the meeting has disappeared from my device here, so I'm trying to get it back. Thanks, my lady. Miss Snello, I was saying to you that it is my client, it is the instruction of my client, Matlori Defni Ndlovu, that patients who were discharged from Life Esidimeni, including Waverley, where you were posted, they were malnourished, weak, and sickly. What is your comment to that?
My comment would be, as I've indicated, the physical status of the users were checked by both people from the receiving institution and the transferring institution. And if and as I was an observer, and if there were problems that this patient is sick or this patient is very malnourished, there were no complaints from both parties that this patient is going and is sick.
Okay. I'm going to refer you again to page 408. That is Rochelle Gordon's statement in the case line. Paragraph 6. Can you kindly go through that paragraph? And please tell me when you finish reading the paragraph.
Thank you, Counsel. I have read it.
Okay.
Yeah, just a second, let the court look at this. Yes, continue.
As please the court, my lady. Miss Nello, you can see from this paragraph 6 of Miss Rochelle Gordon's statement, especially line number 6, if I'm not mistaken, which read as follows: most of the MHCUs from Life Esidimeni Care Center were sick and weak. According to my assessment, those patients were supposed to have been referred to hospital and not NGOs. Some MHCUs had medical files, whereas other patients only had transfer forms. Not all the patients were in possession of identity documents. What is your comment on this?
And it owns the big lot.
Did Rochelle indicate what was her role as a registered nurse from a district who is looking after and supporting NGOs? Did she indicate?
Miss Nello, kindly answer the question that I've asked you. The question that I've asked you.
Just a second, you're not supposed to ask a question.
Oh.
You are here as a witness. So just answer the question. What is your comment to what you read? What was read to you?
Oh, my comment would be, she has never reported, as she was also there as a registered nurse, and she did not comment that these patients are sick. Instead, she assisted in Tsepong to transfer these patients. She never commented.
So you are saying, or rather you testify that these patients were discharged or transferred from Waverley in a satisfactory condition. But already I'm having 3 people who are saying these people were weak and sickly. What is your comment to that?
As that indicated, the 2 parties, those who are transferring and those who are receiving, they were the ones who were checking the physical status of the users. And they commented that they are in a satisfactory. They never commented that these patients are sick and are weak and are malnourished. There were no comments like that. That's why I said they left in a satisfactory physical condition.
Is that what you saw with your own eyes, Miss Nello?
I was observing and I didn't see any very sick patient. There was no evidence of sickness within me.
Did you do physical assessment on these patients?
The physical
a nurse.
assessment has been done by the two people, the transferring ones and the receiving ones. They were the ones who were checking.
Yes, but Zanele Buthelezi testified before this court that she was a nursing manager at Waverley and she was a member of MDT team in Waverley. They were responsible for, amongst other things, assessing this patient. So how do you dispute the testimony of somebody who have done the assessment on the patients?
She has never done any physical assessment also because she was there with me in the waiting room and the people on that day of leaving, patients, they were checked physically by both parties. I've never seen Zanele physically examining patients, but physical examination, according to the Dr. Gani who did physical examination, there was no indication that these patients are sick.
So do you want to tell this court that all the patients who were discharged from Waverley to NGOs were 100% healthy, they had no sicknesses, everything was okay with them?
They were not 100% for the fact that they were in a hospital, but physically on the day of departure, when I was there, they were checked by both parties and they said satisfactory, the patient can go.
But you
just before you proceed, just explain to us what you mean when you say, according to you, they were in a satisfactory position, so that maybe it can help her from asking this many questions from what you are saying.
By physical examination, you'll find out when they look at the patient, they look whether are there any bruises, there are anything, there are any ailments for that patient before he leaves. So that when you get to another NGO, when he goes to, they mustn't say he has inflicted this, he has got this injury from them. So they were checking that, and people they were mobile, most of them, and so there was no untoward any other physical ailment.
So you are only talking about physical, not intellectual or psychological.
And psychologically, they were stable. They were not psychotic. We would have seen a behavior if it was untoward, and definitely that patient wouldn't leave the facility if he was displaying any untoward behavior, which is a psychological problem.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Proceed, Ms. Mjeran.
Yes, please, the court, my lady, just a sec. Yeah. The court just gave me an indulgence of just a sec. I just want to double check something here on my notes. Okay, Ms. Nello, I'm gonna refer you to paragraph, to page 662 in the case line. That will be your statement, paragraph 4. I'm gonna ask you to start reading the said paragraph from line 3.
Just read the whole paragraph.
What paragraph?
Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4. Can you let me know when we're finished reading the said paragraph?
I'm still reading.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. I've done it.
Okay. From that paragraph that you have just read, I would like you to concentrate on line number 3. We start with on 2016 April the 6th. I was sent by Dr. Manamela to visit Waverley facility to check how many patients were placed there before being allocated to assist in facilitating transfer of users from Life Esidimeni. I came back and reported to Dr. Manamela that there were a total of 601 patients. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, counsel.
Did you do a physical count on these patients, or were you given a list to check as to how many patients were there in that particular facility at that particular time?
Yes, isn't it that they do a midnight report and then they gave us the list? I didn't go and did a head count. I didn't do a head count.
Oh, okay. So you did not actually have a look at the patients and see how their conditions were like then and all that. You did not do that.
We did that after when we allocated, when we were placed. We did that afterwards.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for that. You have testified before this honorable court, Ms. Sinelo, that with the first and the second bunch, when people were being transferred from Life Esidimeni to these other places, things went well. They had medication, discharge summaries, and prescription. Is that correct?
Now, with me, I said the first bunch because remember I was allocated on the 11th of May. That's when I started working at Waverley. And then on the 12th, we transferred patients to Tsepom. And I indicated in one of my statements that the problem they had, they were only given 7 days medication. And they were only given a prescription and the referral letter. So I raised the consent and that was corrected afterwards.
Okay. But what I would like you to tell this honorable court is when was the first batch of patients to be transferred from Life Esidimeni in your presence when you were there at Waverley?
With me, it was the 12th of May.
The 12th of May?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nello, on that particular day of the 12th of May, 2016, the MDT, or rather the multidisciplinary team of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, they visited Waverley to fetch patients who were supposed to be transferred to Cullinan. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember. There were several, there was NGOs and hospitals, Cullinan and Vescopis.
Okay. My client, Mahloli Defnin Ndlovu, was also amongst these people from Cullinan who were sent by the CEO of Cullinan, Ms. Nyatlu, to go to Waverley on the 12th of May, 2016.
Yes, I agree. I was there.
Did you see her? Do you know her?
I know her.
Oh, that's good. All right. The MDT team of Cullinan also went to Waverley Care Center on the 17th of May, 2016. And also on this day, my client, Mahloli Defnin Ndlovu, was one of the members of MDT Cullinan, who was sent to Waverley by the CEO of Cullinan, Ms. Nyato. Did you see her also on that particular day?
I wouldn't remember exactly whether was it the 17th, but I have seen her on several situations.
Okay, it is going to be a testimony before this honorable court that she only went to Waverley with members of the MDT, with members of MDT Cullinan on 2 occasions, and that was on the 12th of May and the 17th of May, as I've already indicated.
That's why I can't remember, because there were other hospitals who were there, but I remember seeing her someday. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, it is my client. It is an instruction, in fact, so to say, that on these 2 occasions or these 2 days that she visited Waverley, clients, or rather, sorry, patients, some of them were not given discharge summaries, some were not given medical records, some were not given medication. Do you have any comment to that?
I wouldn't comment, because remember, I've indicated that there was Vescopies, there was Cullinan, there was Tepong, there was Kanana, there were several people who came to fetch. So I was helping with Tepong staff. So somebody else was helping with Cullinan. I was not helping with Cullinan.
So you are not in a position to be able to dispute a statement to say that some of the patients were not given medical records, discharge summaries, and medication. Am I correct to say that?
I won't be able to comment, because I don't remember dealing with Cullinan per se.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nell. It is further her instruction, my client, Mafloli Defni Ndlovu, that in fact 60% of the patients that the MDT team from Cullinan fetched from Waverley and other LE centers did not have their medical records. What is your comment to that?
As I've said initially, like the ones of Tsepong, of not having the medical records, I can comment on that because it was rectified. And we, at a later stage, we had a meeting to rectify it with the principals of Life Esidimeni and our principals from Gauteng. And they were later given the medical records, which is the periodical reports, the latest periodical report. So okay. I wouldn't comment proper for Cullinan. I did not engage with them when they came to fetch the patient.
Okay. Who was working with them between you and Dr. Lingwane?
I should think it was Dr. Lingwane because Cullinan falls under her, but I'm not sure. That's why I say there were several institutions who came to fetch that day.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nello. My next question will be, you have testified before this honorable court that some patients had 1 pair of clothing when they were discharged from Waverley. Some, they did not have shoes. And if I've heard your testimony correctly, you said you went to the laundry to ask for some slippers for some of the patients. Am I correct?
Yes, I am. You are.
Okay. But however, my client, Mafloli Defni Ndlovu, it is her instruction that while it is true that some of the patients only had 1 pair of clothing, the same clothes that they had on, they did not have anything extra. They were not provided with more clothing. Some were also walking on foot. They did not have shoes. What is your comment on that?
I would say as I've commented, that some of the patients didn't have shoes. So that's why I said, because there were many patients, so I'm not sure the ones from Cullinan, whether they managed to get slippers for them or not. So I would say I would agree with her that some patients did not have shoes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Melo. Let me just check my next questions. Okay. It is my client's instruction that though she has visited Waverley and she has witnessed all these things, that there were no discharge summaries and medical records inside the files of the patients, and also the issue of medication not being there to some of the patients. She was sent to Waverley by the CEO to go there as a member of the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center MDT team, but in your capacity as a social worker, not as a medical doctor, not as a nurse who will be assessing patients, but as a social worker. What is your comment to that?
Yes, she is a social worker. I would agree.
And she said, based on that, it is a further instruction to me to tell this court that based on that, when she arrived at Waverley and any other Life Esidimeni Center where patients were being fetched to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, she did not participate in the physical assessment of those patients to determine who was to be transferred to Cullinan or not. What is your comment to that?
I agree, but the nursing staff from Cullinan participated.
Thank you. Thank you. She said because she's a social worker, she was also even instructed by her CEO, Ms. Nyatlo, that each one of them, members of the MDT, when they arrive there at the Life Esidimeni centers, including Waverley, to fetch patients, each one of them must only do the duties that falls within their professional responsibilities, not beyond that. Do you agree with that?
I do agree.
You see that? Okay,
I do agree.
Thank you. And it is further her instruction that as a result of the instruction that she was given by the CEO, Ms. Nyatlo, when she arrived at Waverley, she went straight to the office of a fellow social worker by the name of Mandisa, so that she can get the relevant information that she was supposed to obtain from Mandisa. But she was not involved in assessing the patient as to who is to be taken, whether they are to be taken or not, or who is to be taken.
I agree.
What is your comment on that?
I agree that she was dealing with the social worker as a social worker.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Nello. Just a sec, my lady. I just want to double check if I still have more questions here. Okay, the issue of you being mandated or rather delegated to adopt Anchor NGO, this NGO which was also based in Cullinan, like Siyabadinga. I would like you to clarify me on some few issues pertaining the activities of this NGO, as you have testified before this court that you were appointed as a custodian of this NGO. Am I correct that you were appointed as a custodian?
Yes, I was appointed to support the NGO.
Oh, okay, to support this NGO. Okay. My next question, Ms. Nello, pertaining to the issue of this of this NGO. I would like to refer you to your second statement, Exhibit G2, page 506.
506.
Just a sec, my lady. Are you there, Miss Nella?
Yes.
Sorry for the delay, my lady. Okay. Can you please read, I will say is paragraph, or the line number, from line number 8.
Which paragraph first, please?
My lady, it is page 506. On top of the page.
That goes into that page is paragraph 4.
Is paragraph 4, yes, my lady, I agree.
So you are referring it to which line?
I think it's from line 8, if she's counting from the beginning of the page.
What does the line say starts with?
Okay, if maybe you can start here where the line starts with, I ultimately agreed on condition that the district office coordinators, if you can
just
start.
to get context, if you can start from the following NGOs were allocated to me. That is the second sentence on the first line of page 506.
I've read the whole paragraph.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel.
Continue, Ms. Mjerana.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Ms. Nello, you indicated in this paragraph that, okay, you indicated in this paragraph, I think it is going to be line number 8 and 9, that Anchor House was visited regularly as an adopted NGO and apparently was sharing premises with Siabadinga NGO. But when started to visit the NGO, Siabadinga was officially taken over by Cullen Care Center Management. I just want you to explain before this honorable court as to what were your concerns with the NGO that prompted you, or that made you to feel that you have to visit the NGO regularly. I understand you were supposed to offer support to the NGO, but what were your main concerns with it, if any?
Initially, when I visited, I just wanted to know. I didn't know that they were operating within Cullinan. So I had to go, since I've been allocated to support the NGO. So I had to find out. And we were given tasks to find out whether these NGOs, do they have policies and how are they actually functioning. So that's why I went to visit and support them and see whether they are okay or not, whether do they have any problems.
Okay.
That's why I visited regularly.
Sorry for that. And as you were checking or visiting this NGO regularly, what type of problems did you pick up there?
There were no evident problems, because even they were trying their best, and they were helped by Cullinan to do some other, what are you calling this? The policies. So they were okay with policies, and the place was clean, and they were actually supported by Cullinan with the laundry and other things. And only thing, maybe they had only few care workers to look after the patients, and they had a psychiatric nurse, and mainly they were looking after their patient, according to me. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that, my lady. Miss Nello, do you know if maybe they were having a full professional staff complement?
They had, isn't it? It's an NGO. They had a psychiatric nurse who was reported that she comes during the week. And when I am there during the week, I would find her. And she was responsible for giving out medication. But most of the staff members were care workers.
Okay, my lady, I would like to refer the witness to the arbitration testimony of my client, Matlodi Defnindlovu. But unfortunately, my lady, I lost the page earlier on when I was going to other pages, so I don't know if it's gonna take me a little longer to go to that relevant page. If the court can just give me an indulgence maybe of 5 minutes or so, just to try to get that relevant page that I would like the witness to comment on. Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Why is this noise?
Oh, sorry, my lady. It's when I'm scrolling up and down on this other device. My lady, I had the page earlier because I had made copies of the of my client as arbitration records testimony. But then when I tried to compare
Get the page and continue, please. We had all that. Just get the page and get going.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My lady, I think maybe if maybe the court can just help me here, if we can just adjourn 5 minutes, because on I'm having copies, but
can one of the colleagues help her in the meantime?
The copies that I made, the pages are not the same as on the case line, so I don't want to confuse.
Just direct your colleagues what page you want, what part of the evidence you want to direct the witness to. They will assist you.
Is the evidence where my client was testifying about the condition of Anchor, that her and other members of MDT Cullinan, they visited Anchor.
The arbitration.
The arbitration record, my lady. That will be the second part of her arbitration record, because she testified on the 16th of October and also on the 17th. So that part of evidence that I need, she gave it on the
17th of October.
Yes, my lady.
Can somebody assist us?
I think it was on page, I wrote it down, but I just miss everything now, my lady, sorry. I think it was page 27 or something.
Let's just give you this 5 minutes.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
The 5 minute Okay, just for her to identify what she wants that while the witness is still seated. I don't think we should take a break. We'll just wait for you if that is possible.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My lady, it's like I'm having a problem. I'm not getting the page here.
Yes, Mr. Late.
My lady, the 17th of October starts on page 23225.
There you are.
Yes, yes, my lady, I'm there, but the only challenge is to get to that relevant page. And the problem was caused by the change of the numbering of pages on the case line, because
are we ready to take the lunch adjournment adjournment now? Because I see it's 12:37. Because I didn't want us to break now. I wanted her to finish with her cross-examination, but it appears she's experiencing problems here.
Maybe I can just be given the opportunity to continue with other questions, and then
yes, let's continue with other questions so that we shouldn't break now. Finish. Yes, Mr. Late?
If you can just give me a keyword of the part that she wants to refer the witness to, then I can search it for her while she's busy with other parts.
Yes, you can do that while you are proceeding, Ms. Gerald.
Anchor NGO.
Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Just put your hand down, Mr. Late.
Miss Nello, you said the NGO had a psychiatric nurse. Am I correct?
Anchor,
yes.
We can't hear your response. I think you're, okay. You've unmuted yourself.
Yes, counsel.
Okay. Can you tell the court as to how much was the capacity of this NGO?
It was not adequate according to the number of patients they had. But mainly it was the registered nurse and one enrolled nurse who was relieving her, and about 6 care workers.
Okay, I'm talking about the capacity in terms of patients who were supposed to be in that particular NGO.
The capacity, they needed to be trained, definitely, the care workers. They were not efficiently trained to look after the type of patients.
Okay, Ms. Nello, my question to you is, how many patients was this NGO supposed to have with them?
I can't remember. I've attached the reports. I can't remember what was their capacity. I can't remember at hand. Now I don't have the number at hand.
Okay.
But I've attached all the reports I've done.
And my next question to you is gonna be, did they have a license?
The license
as an
they,
NGO.
okay. The license they had is similar to that of Anchor. Isn't it that they were supposed to have operated in Kalafong Heights and now they were moved to Cullinan? I don't know how they moved to Cullinan, and the license they had, it was still written Kalafong Heights, and I requested the person who is doing licensing to change it, and it was changed at a later stage.
Okay. So that is one thing that you have done in supporting this NGO. Am I
Yes.
correct? Okay, good. And then my next question to you, I think I will have to ask you to comment on the testimony of my client at the arbitration hearing, with the indulgence of the Honorable Court, without going to the relevant page, if it please the court, my lady. My client.
I just hope you're not going to quote that out of context. Okay, continue.
Yes, my lady. Yes. My client testified at the arbitration hearing to say that she and other members of MDT Cullinan, they visited Anchor NGO to check on the condition of the NGO, and then they found that the bedding was excellent, the food was there, but the problem with the NGO, they did not have professional staff. Do you know about that?
As I've indicated, counsel, they had a professional staff when I came, and they reported that professional staff is there on daily basis, which was a psychiatric nurse and an enrolled nurse, and they were relieving each other when I went there.
When did you went there?
After the adoption, that is in September.
Oh, okay. My lady, I think that will conclude my cross-examination to this witness.
Thank you very much. So you're no longer going to pursue that page that you wanted to refer the court to?
No, my lady, because I've already quoted my client's testimony before this honorable court.
Thank you very much. I see it's nearly 1:45. Mr. Fobe, are you there?
My lady, yes, I'm here.
Yes. Will you have questions in cross-examination?
No, my lady. As indicated on
You
Tuesday,
say yes.
I do not have questions for this witness.
After you, who was supposed to follow Mr. Manamela? Where is he? Is he present on behalf of Mr. Malebe? Mr. Manamela, are you there? Irene, you just check with me. Just check if Mr. Manamela is present today. You will report to me, not necessarily to report to everyone. Ms. Koka, are you the one next?
Yes, my lady. I want the one next
now, or do you want to do it after lunch?
We can do it after lunch, my lady.
Mr. Ramaimela, you are not Mr. Manamela.
Yes, I'm not, my lady, but I thought when we work with colleagues, they go on our seniority.
Yes, there is a list that was compiled. Now I'm following it. The others have indicated that they do not have any cross-examination of the witness. Are you also going to follow? Maybe I skipped you here. I think
Yes, you did, my lady.
Yes, I did. You know what? Yeah. I think in my mind I had Miss Masapi.
Yes, my lady. So she will be cross-examining and going
okay.
on.
So if I may find out, it will be yourself and then Miss Koka, Miss Mapianya, and Mr. Profi. Yeah. Do you like to start now or do we?
She is ready to proceed, my lady.
Oh, Miss Masapi.
Miss Masapi, yes, my lady.
Okay. Miss Masapi.
Please.
All right.
May I please support, my lady?
Just check your record.
May I proceed, my lady?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Miss Senelo.
Good afternoon, counsel.
I'm Advocate Matlape. I'm together with Advocate Ramaimela on behalf of Mr. Msonewe.
Yes.
we are not going to ask you a lot of questions, just to clarify a few issues, Ms. Sinelo. Ms. Sinelo, you would remember that you testified that the issues relating to NGOs, licensing as well as inspections fell within the district coordinators.
Come again.
The issues relating to NGOs and the licensing thereof fell within the ambits of district coordinators or district managers. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. The licensing is done by the provincial office. There is a dedicated person who's doing licensing, which is Hannah Jacobus. And the districts, they are to support. It's the co-function of them because the NGOs are within their districts.
Thank you for that answer, Ms. Sinelo. And the issues of clinics and whether clinics have enough medication, would that fall within the ambit of provincial or district?
It falls under the ambit of district, but the provincial coordinator has to support the district. If there are any problems, they consult with the district and try and solve whatever problems that are there. But medication is entirely from the regional pharmacy, which is under the district.
Thank you for that clarification. And would you agree with me then that it is obvious or common cause that the district coordinators and managers reported to the mental health care directorate at the provincial level?
Yes, not directly. We're not direct supervisors. We are there to give strategic support to the district, but they've got their own directors at the district level. But they have to report everything to the province so as to know how is the program functioning at the district level.
Thank you for that clarification again. Would I then be correct to say all of those issues that you have just raised now, that they would be clarified, would be discussed at the usual Monday meetings where Dr. Manamela would be present as the head of the directorate?
Yes, if the district had reported that they're having challenges at the district level, those challenges, if we were made aware, they would be definitely discussed in our Monday morning meetings. But we used to have meetings also with the district coordinators where they discuss their operational issues, whether they've got problems or not, and how far are they with the program.
When you were asked whether Mr. Musenohi attended the Monday meetings, your answer was that you did not remember whether he attended the Monday meetings, but what you were sure of is that Mr. Musenohi used to attend the meetings where the MEC and the executive were together with Dr. Manamela. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember. Mr. Musenohi was not attending our meetings. It would be maybe when he is invited, but he was not. It was not compulsory for him to attend our morning meetings, Monday morning meetings.
Now, Mr. Musenohi's testimony before this court is that he would get feedback from Dr. Manamela from those Monday meetings and other heads or sub-heads of the project leaders. Then he would report back to the MEC, the HOD, in those executive meetings. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, I agree with you, and I do remember what you said.
Now, let me ask you this question, Ms. Sinelo. Were you ever present in the meetings where it was only Dr. Manamela and Mr. Musenohi in preparation of the presentations that were going to be conducted at the MEC executive meetings?
No, I was never present in those meetings.
The reason I'm asking you this question, ma'am, is that when you were asked whether Mr. Museno he would know the nitty-gritties of what was happening in the mental health directorate, especially your Monday meetings, you said as project director, he should know. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, based on the assumption maybe of saying that if we are a project manager, and you are given a feedback, as he has said, that he discussed those issues with Dr. Manamela, and according to me, it's just a supposition that he's supposed to know what is happening.
We are going to argue on behalf of Mr. Musenohi that the statement that you have made, as you correctly point out, is that it's just it's just a presumption. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I advocate.
Because Mr. Musenohi has, throughout his testimony, testified that he was not involved in the nitty-gritties of the directorate of the mental health care unit.
I agree, but my assumption was based on that he's getting feedback and they are preparing together with Dr. Manamela. Unfortunately, I was not in those meetings, so that's why I wouldn't know whether is it nitty-gritty or not nitty-gritty.
Thank you, Ms. Sinelo. My lady, we do not have any further questions.
Thank you very much. Then Ms. Coker.
My lady.
Yes.
I see it's 5 minutes that is left. If my lady, with your indulgence, we can start after lunch, since we are left with only 5 minutes.
Okay. We're going to take the lunch adjournment. Let's resume at 5 to 2. The witness is warned. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please you, my lady.
May it please the court.
convened. Where is the witness?
I'm here, my lady.
Yes, but I don't see you. I see there is a hand. I don't know whether that is Mr. Profi.
May it please the court, can the court see me?
Yes, I can.
I apologize for interrupting both the court and all my colleagues. My lady, I just have a request, or just I seek direction from the court in terms of I follow hereafter. However, given yesterday's that we didn't sit, I didn't anticipate that, and therefore I am unavailable tomorrow. I just wanted to find out from my colleague if she will finish today, because what I don't want to happen is when the court is done, when my learned friend is done, then it is my turn, and then the attorney having to advise that I'm unavailable, and then it seems as if.
But why didn't you indicate earlier, Mr. Profi? Because I've given you the chance immediately after Mr. Makani.
I wanted to see how far my colleagues would have been. I didn't anticipate that three of my colleagues would go before.
My lady, I'm not sure what time I will finish, but I think I'll finish today, my lady. I'm not going to be long.
But is it not better for him to start so that we don't know? Just let him start if he's ready to start.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Okay.
I'm indebted to the court and my colleague, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Continue, Mr. Profi. Before you proceed, Ms. Tunalo, where are you?
Yeah, I am, my lady.
I don't see you. Yes.
My camera is on.
I don't know what's happening. Well, can you see the witness, Mr. Profi?
I can, my lady. I can see and hear the witness.
Can you also see me?
I can see both.
But I can't see the witness. I don't know.
It's on my screen.
I only see. Yes.
I also can't see the witness, my lady. It's Xhoxa. I can't see the witness.
No, we can see her.
Can you all see her? But I won't proceed without. Let me just leave the meeting and rejoin. I can see the witness. I can also see. Ms. Sunelo, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You may proceed, Mr. Profi.
May it please the court. Mr. Nero, I appear behalf on Ubushlebe Nkosi, one of the NGOs. My surname is Advocate Profi.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
You can see me and you can hear me, correct?
Yes, I can.
Unless it's on my side, but the volume of the witness is quite low. I'm going to see if perhaps if I increase it.
Okay, let's hear.
Would the Mrs. mind just saying something for me to hear if she's audible on my end?
I can see you, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, that is
much better. Continue.
Mr. Nero, I'm not, with the court has given direction that context is important. Most of the annexes that I refer to, or the paragraphs which I refer to, you would have already have read. And so in trying to find the balance between repetition, but also giving you the necessary context in order to answer my questions. My questions may seem all over the place, but that's because it follows the sequence of your cross-examination. So to begin with, can I refer you to page 543 on case lines? That is the statement of Ms. Mbasha. The relevant paragraph I wish you to refer you to is paragraph 6. Just indicate when you're there and then indicate once you're done reading the paragraph.
I found the paragraph.
Paragraph?
Gonna read
6, my lady.
must I read only paragraph 6?
Only paragraph 6, please.
I have read it. Thank you.
Not just for the sake of the record and also just for to speed up your cross-examination, I just want to pause on that point because the bulk of my cross-examination is going to emanate from multiple avenues from that paragraph. So before we delve into that paragraph, there is a specific issue that I wish to clear up for the court and as well as myself in respect of Obuhlebe Nkosi, is when Waverley closed on the 31st of May, correct?
Yes.
The users were transferred to 2 other facilities.
Yes, you're correct.
So in your evidence, you had made reference to NGOs. So my purpose is then, I want to know specifically with reference to Obuhlebe Nkosi being the NGO that I represent. So you had mentioned that the users on the 31st went to 2 other facilities. On the 11th of June, Obuhlebe Nkosi received the 40 users. What to those users that went to 2 other facilities? Are you in a position to explain to the court what happened to those users that were left at Waverley?
As I've indicated, there were 55 users who were left, and 17 went to Baneng, and the rest, which is 38, went to Randfontein Hospital, Randfontein Care Center, which are both life Esidimeni facilities. Thank you.
No, so what I'm asking is thereafter, following once they went to those facilities, because the 40 users that went to Obuhlebe Nkosi would have been these users that were transferred from Waverley. Is that not correct?
That is correct, advocate.
So can you tell the court those users that then went to the 2 facilities? Today you had testified that those users that were transferred to those 2 facilities were and there was the distinction drawn between minor and major illnesses today. The ones that were transferred to the facilities had major illnesses or concerns, correct?
No. Those with major concerns were admitted in general hospitals, which were nearby Waverley. The ones in the sick bay, they had minor ailments, and all those went to these 2 facilities.
And so those users in the sick bay with minor ailments were then transferred to Obuhlebe Nkosi the following month.
Yeah, some of them.
Were you a part of the transfer to Obuhlebe Nkosi?
Yes, in Baneng, people from Ubuhle came and fetched some patients, but I cannot remember exactly what was the number, because I would assume that in the 40, it includes both those from Waverley and also from West Rand
Yes.
facility.
We could say they were a combination of the two facilities.
Yes, yes.
So you saw the users from which facility?
I saw from both.
From both?
Yeah, isn't it the some of them went to Baneng and some went to Baneng. So I remember when
some went to Baneng and some went to
West Rand facilities.
Yes. Okay.
So I do remember when Butlebenkosi came to fetch, but I cannot remember exactly what number from Baneng, because we were working in both. Some days we will be in Baneng, some days we will be in Randfontein.
But you facilitated the transfer of both of them to Obuhle-Benkosi.
Yes.
So I'm not going to... Sorry.
Yes, together with the staff of Baneng and the staff of the Randfontein facilities.
Ms. Mbashi will come and tell the court about numbers. My concern is not the number. My concern is in reference to paragraph 6 that you read, the state of the users when you transferred them.
Yeah, I see that some of them had diarrhea, which I was not aware of the diarrhea when they were transferred, on the day they were transferred. I was not aware of that.
Further, Ms. Mbasha will then tell the court from that the state at which they arrived, it's already on record that some didn't have shoes, they didn't have clothes. The only users that had clothes were those who had clothes from their family members. So the state in which they arrived in was not the standard she anticipated to receive the users in.
Yes, as we have indicated, we had challenges with clothing. I would not say they didn't have shoes or clothing, but there were some challenges. And we have requested the facilities from where they were. And especially in Baneng, the manager in Baneng helped us and he gave us some tracksuits, extra tracksuits for each patient. But I'm not sure about the ones who went to Ubuhle-Benkosi, whether did they get extra. I think there were 2 who got extra new tracksuits from Baneng.
Supplied by the family or supplied by the facility?
Supplied by the facility. Isn't it that the facility from Life Esidimeni, they are the ones who had clothes, and they were the ones who were giving us, especially those patients who do not have clothing.
Now we go back to paragraph 6, and I just want your comment on a few of the categories there. We start with medication. It's indicated in the paragraph that the medication came in ice cream containers for each of the users that arrived at the NGO.
The medication was prepared from Waverley, those from Waverley, and they were in packets, which was prepared by the dispensary. So I'm not sure whether with this, the ones from Randfontein were in containers, but the ones prepared from Waverley, when they were sent to Baneng or to Randfontein, they were in proper packets because they were prepared by the pharmacy.
So just for clarity, when they moved from Waverley, they moved with all of their belongings to the 2 facilities.
Yes, they were the ones who went, they were escorted by Zanele, and when the medication came from pharmacy, it was put in a trunk. I can attest to that. I saw the medication which was put in a trunk for all the 55 patients. And then they went with Zanele and the trunk. So I don't know whether Zanele did testify on what happened to the trunk or to the medication. I don't know.
So this is what I need clarity on. There would be very little need for the 2 Life Esidimeni facilities to attend to medication, to attend to medical records for these users because they would have come from the Waverley facility.
Yes, because when we reported to Randfontein the following day, we got a report that they don't have medication. So Zanele had to go to Randfontein and find out what happened to the medication she delivered. And those who did not have medication, we asked Dr. Wadvala, who was working at Randfontein, when preparing for the users to go, that she must assess them and prescribe medication for those who did not have.
So something had happened to the medication, which is why some users didn't have medication.
Yeah, I think so, because we were told the following day that they didn't come with medication from Waverley. Whereas, as I've indicated, the medication was in the trunk, which went with Zanele Butelis with the users.
So would it be safe for me to say that the same something had happened with the medication? Can we then also say something had happened with the medical records in the transfer from Waverley to the other two facilities?
It could have happened because they were in the care of Zanele Butelis with the medication, and together with the medical files she had prepared, her and the staff from Waverley.
So on the point of medical records, Ms. Mbasha will tell this court that some of the containers did not have tags on them. So she relied on the other users who had the capacity to assist on identifying some of the users that were transferred. The medication, the medical records were so lacking that she relied on the medication to identify what possible ailments they could have, because that information wasn't forthcoming in the medical records.
I wouldn't agree, I wouldn't disagree, because I'm not sure, because as I've indicated, that something has happened to the medical records in the medication.
Ms. Nella, and for the court, the witness is frozen. I just want to make sure that is it on my end or on the court end as well. There we go. Ms. Nella, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there being something that had happened.
From my side, ne?
No, my lady is clear. I will then conclude on the point that the reason why the medication and the medical files were lacking is because of something had happened in the transfer of the medication and the medical records between Life Esidimeni facilities.
Yeah, between the two Life Esidimeni facilities, yes.
Thank you very much. Further to that, I think let me move on, and I'll refer you to a paragraph for that to become more clear. So Ms. Mbasha will tell this court that, and you have the experience as well, that if one doesn't have medical records, she needed those records and able to tell her the kind of user she is admitting. So what they suffer from, how she needs to treat them. So those records were important for her to treat the users. With your medical background, would you agree?
They were indeed critical.
Then another point, I don't want to go all over on this medical record issue. I want to conclude it.
What is the response? I didn't pick that up. I don't know whether it's, let me hear you.
I say the NGOs wouldn't know how to treat the user if they don't have the background or the information on the medical records of the user.
Continue.
I want to do my best to conclude this medical record issue and not consistently bring it up through my cross-examination. But when we deal with the specific deaths of one of the users, I just need your comment in respect of how often does a periodic report need to be done on a user, in your experience?
Yeah, it's done yearly according to the Mental Health Care Act.
Yearly.
Yeah.
So one of the users which Ms. Mbasha received, his periodic report The last report she has, I just want to get it correct, is 2011 is the last periodic report she had for that user. Any reason why that would be the case? Because the last report should be 2015 or 2016.
That was an incorrect periodical. It's supposed to be the current one.
But the report you received for the user was as far back as 2011. That again would impact her ability to understand the medical history of the user, as well as her ability to care for the user, correct?
Yes. And over and above the medical record, the periodical, they are also supposed to have a summary of the current status when they were transferred from Life Esidimeni to any other facility, meaning that's just a brief summary.
And not
On the
having
referral
that.
form.
Apologies.
On the referral form.
On the?
On the referral form.
That summary will be there.
Yes, it's supposed to be there, the referral form that this patient has been treated for this condition and is on this medication, and he has to go for outpatient treatment. It should be a summary on that.
Now, if I can refer you back to paragraph 6, I just want us to make sure we're not going to go through that they arrived, or perhaps let me ask for your comment in respect of most patients were looking very ill and their condition was more physical than psychiatric. Do you have a comment to that?
As I've indicated, most of the patients who came from Waverley, they were from sick bay, who were transferred to these two facilities. So there's a possibility that some of them were those who were from sick bay, who had some problems, physical problems.
So if they came from the sick bay, why didn't they go to a hospital? Why did they go to an NGO?
They were transferred to Life Esidimeni, and the Life Esidimeni, when assessing them, they were supposed to have indicated, I'm not sure what happened, that this patient is sick, it has to go to, if a patient is sick from a Life Esidimeni, they are usually sent to the nearest hospital, which is Liradong if they are in the West Rand. So in this case, most of the patients who had minor ailments from the sick bay, they went to these two facilities. So that's why I assume maybe it's one of them, those who were from the sick bay.
Yeah, but then the follow through of that is then those who had minor ailments went to the two facilities, then from those two facilities, they went to an NGO.
That is possible.
Which is why when they arrived, they looked ill.
That could be the understanding, or that's why they were still ill, because they were from a sick bay.
Then my confusion lies here, Ms. Sanele, that if you were there on the day and you knew that they came from Waverley, they were in the sick bay, they had minor ailments, they should go to a hospital, you were part of the team that assessed and made the determination. Why not then make the determination again that instead of an NGO, they should go to a hospital?
When I was transferred, we were helping Baneng. I remember very well when they came, they were Baneng one. There was no person who was evidently sick to go to a hospital on the day when I was there.
But you had
When
just...
Yes, I said maybe it's the people who were at the sick bay. Some of them were transferred there. But on the day when I was there, I remember when, I've just forgotten the name of this guy who came in to fetch. When they were checked from my name, those who were going to Buhlebenkos, there was no person who was evidently visibly sick.
But you'll agree with me that there's a possibility that those in the sick bay ended up at Mbuhlebeni Inkosi.
Yeah, I admit and I agree fully with you.
Thank you. Now, in terms of you testified that you were aware that the families were promised that the care that Life Esidimeni gave the users would be, the NGOs would similarly give the users same quality care. Would you agree with me?
I hear that it was promised, but I'm not the one who promised that.
So no one in the team had a conversation with you around prepare the NGOs as if they were within a Life Esidimeni facility.
As I've indicated, that when we were assessing, we were using the spreadsheet, and most of the patients were recommended by the MDT of Life Esidimeni that they must go to NGOs after they have been assessed by the multidisciplinary team of the Life Esidimeni.
Thank you, Ms. Nela. Ms. Nela, I know that you don't deal with the issuing of licenses, but my assumption is that when you are dealing with transferring the users to an NGO, you must know what that NGO is licensed to do.
Yes, I do. The criteria of an NGO was given to us, and that it caters for males and what type of males.
Who gave you that criteria?
We were given by the people who were identifying the NGOs, that is Hannah Jacobus and Franz Tobani.
Then why is it that Mbuhlebeni Inkosi was licensed by the department to have users under the age of 60, but upon arrival, she received 10 users that were over the age of 60?
Yes, when I was, Mbuhlebeni Inkosi was one of the NGOs I also was given as that I was supposed to adopt. So I followed up and supported Mbuhlebeni Inkosi, and I also realized that some of the patients were over the age of 60, and I recommended with the department, because the tariffs were not the same, that they have to be given, the license has to be amended to accommodate those patients they have who are over 60.
I was going to get to that point later, but I think we should just close the can of worms while we have it in front of us. Who did you make that recommendation to?
In our Monday morning meetings, which is the person responsible for amending that is the person who is doing NGO, which is Hannah Jacobus, who is the one responsible for licensing.
So just for the court to have the necessary background, the licensing of the NGO would then impact its staff complement, because if they had older staff, older users, they would need more staff to handle the complications that come with older users.
Yes, it will have staff complications.
It would further have financial impact on the NGO because, as you just mentioned, the tariff, it would then be a higher tariff to look after the older users, correct?
Yes, correct, advocate.
So those users over 60 then further hampered or ate into the NGO's budget.
I agree, advocate.
So I just want your comment and perhaps an explanation from a medical perspective, but one of the users a week after admission to the NGO was admitted into a hospital, and he is the correct word, diagnosed with TB. So, and then deteriorated thereafter. Would it not have been better to have sent him to a hospital instead of an NGO?
Yes, if the user was assessed properly, it would have been sent to a hospital. If it was evident that he's even having problems, is even having TB, He was supposed to have gone to a general hospital then.
So you said if he was assessed properly, who was supposed to assess him properly?
The life Esidimeni people are the one who are assessing the users.
Are you familiar, and please correct my term if it's incorrect, but this is instruction from Ms. Mbasha, that there is an incubation period when it comes to TB?
Yes, I'm quite aware as a registered nurse.
What is that? What does that mean?
That the patient can be highly infectious within a certain period.
So that highly infectious period, if it was a week after admission to hospital, a week after he had been admitted to Oversight, that incubation period would have been at Life Esidimeni.
Yes, that's why I said if the patient was properly assessed and ruled out of any medical problems, that patient couldn't have ended up at Life Esidimeni.
At Life Esidimeni?
No, at your NGO.
Perfect. So I'm correct that he shouldn't have then ended up at a Oversight if Life Esidimeni properly examined him. Thank you. I'm going to move on from this tuberculosis point. Are you the users that were at Oversight, they would have, and you can count with me, but they would have been moved from Waverley to the Life Esidimeni facilities. They would have then been moved to Oversight. That would be 3 moves. 2 moves.
Yes.
Oversight then was instructed to move by your team. She then moved twice. So in totality, these, until she found a place that was suitable, and each move, just for background, was instructed by the department. So in total, the users moved 5 times. What is your comment in respect to the well-being of a user who moves 5 times in such a short space of time?
My lady, my apologies
Just a
for
second
interrupting.
before the witness responds, just a second. Yes.
I said it's difficult.
Just a second, Mr. Null. There is something from one of the council.
My lady, perhaps it may be a minor aspect. My learned friend said there were initially 2 moves. That would be from Waverley to the Life Esidimeni facilities and then to Bushley and Causey. So that's 2 moves. And he then said there were then a further 2 moves. So that would make 4 moves, but he subsequently referred to 5 moves having been involved. It's just a correction.
Just please clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my senior. So just for my counting sake and to inform the court, and as well what the Ms. Mbasha will say. So it's 2 moves from Life Esidimeni. Then she moved to Marabastad. From Marabastad, she moved to Lenseria. From Lenseria, she moved to Centurion. So that's 5 moves.
Who's that now? The patient?
The NGO, the Bushlevi Inquest.
Okay. Oh, the NGO, Bushlevi Inquest.
Yes, the NGO itself moved.
It was moved from?
It was moved from Marabastad to Lenseria. Then it was moved from Lenseria to Centurion on the advice of Dr. Manamela, but I'm not going to get into that with you. I will ask Dr. Manamela those reasons for those moves when the time comes. But what I'm putting to this witness is that that would then equate to 5 moves in a very short space of time.
But your senior has just corrected you to say it can be 5. It's 4 moves.
And then I went through it, my lady. I went through it that it was Waverley to.
That is Waverley
to Randfontein.
Yes.
Randfontein to Obushlebi Nkosi Marabastad.
Yes.
Then Obushlebi Nkosi moved from Marabastad to Lenseria upon instruction. then it moved from, Obuhlebe Nkosi moved from Nansiria to Centurion.
Yes.
So that's 5 moves.
Okay.
Could you then comment on the impact on 5 moves in such a short period of time on the users?
Yeah. In my personal capacity, I would say that the movement for any individual, even if it was not a user, it would disrupt the functioning of the person, and because it won't be stable at the end of the day, so it will impact on the user.
And for mental health care users, stability is important.
Yes, it is.
But then the department contributed to the instability of the users.
I am not sure. I don't know the moves. I only know Buhlebe Nkosi when he was in Centurion, when I was supporting Buhlebe Nkosi in Centurion.
Thank you. May I then refer the witness to the same statement, but only paragraph 8, which is on page, I'm just waiting for my case lines to move one up. 544, paragraph 8.
Page?
544, my lady.
Paragraph 8.
Mr. Nick, would you mind just letting me know when you are there and when you've read the paragraph?
I am there and I'm trying to read it. Thank you, Counsel. I've read it.
One of my learned colleagues asked you if you knew any of the users. Do you know any of these 3 mental health care users?
The names are familiar. And since I was supporting Ubuhlebe Nkosi, Ms. Mbacha has also informed me, gave me feedback on these patients.
So while I have this before you, I don't want to take you all over the place. And from the onset, I'm indebted to my learned senior for bringing the spreadsheet to our attention and for the evidence leader making it available at such short notice and so with such convenience. I then want to refer you to that spreadsheet being the audit tool that you used. I just want to get the reference to it. Your counsel is there. I just want to be advised if it is open from the previous time you had used it. Is that Excel spreadsheet still open and available?
It should, isn't it?
It should be, because it wouldn't have interfered.
Just refer us to that page again.
We would have had to have clicked on the link and downloaded it, and it would have opened.
Yes, but if you refer us to that particular page where we get that link.
The court may just bear with me. I know it's end of section 411 should be the
37288. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady. 37285, my lady.
37285.
Yes.
I'm indebted to my senior for the assistance.
Does the witness have that? Ms. Sinello, are you there?
What am I supposed to look for in the spreadsheet? I've got a spreadsheet.
Yes, just open it and then he will refer you to what he wants you to concentrate on.
Yeah, I just want to get the referencing correct. That of the 3 users, if we pan down to tab 72.
Number 72.
72, my lady.
Yes.
William. You'd agree with me that this name is one of the names that reflects in that paragraph 8 that I referred you to.
Yeah.
So if we just have a look at his information, his address is unknown. He's been at the facility for 11.49 years. He doesn't have an ID number. His date of birth reflects as there. He's 66. There's no contact with his family. He suffers from schizophrenia. He has mild intellectual disability. May I ask what EML and non-EML means?
It's medication on with drugs who are on the drug list, like the psychotropic drugs for mental illness.
And this is where I just require clarification. He is fully dependent and also dependent on caregivers. Is that possible?
Yes.
Because both is ticked, fully dependent and dependent on caregivers. How does that work?
Can you go to the recommendation which was made by the Life Esidimeni? This is
what do you mean by that?
This is the assessment done by Life Esidimeni. If we scroll down.
But before we do that, Ms. Sinello, assist us. The question that is being asked is whether this particular patient can he be regarded as being fully dependent and also be dependent on caregivers? If you just explain, then you can direct us to what you want.
Yes.
Unless if that cannot be explained without that.
He's dependent on caregivers. As I've indicated, this is the spreadsheet we're using, and we would, when the patient is discussed with us, we will go through that like this, go through the name and look at the dependency. Like this one is dependent on caregivers. And we would query their recommendation. That's why I wanted you to go to the recommendation of the MTT and see what it totally out when they assess what was their recommendation.
Okay. Where do we get that?
In the same column, but at the end.
Mine ends, and perhaps I'm the problem here, but are we talking about additional comments? Risk of offending, unable to go back to family. That's where my column ends.
Even mine ends there.
Level of functioning, and then there is assessment by treating MTT, either discharge home, discharge NGO, discharge to inpatient facility in the DOH. So they actually have to, they mark. So for this NGO in particular, according to assessment by treating MDT, they have marked discharge to NGO, residential facility.
Yes.
That was their recommendation. But with this type of information that this patient is dependent on caregivers, he's got all these problems, and he's got is mentally
he is fully dependent.
Yes, we would as mental health care practitioners, we would recommend that this patient, since he's even having an intellectual disability, he must go to a place where the care is appropriate and is equivalent to what he was getting at Life Esidimeni. And we would prefer that this patient goes to Cullinan. But towards the end of this project, there were no beds in Cullinan. Maybe that's why this patient ended up in an NGO.
Is that proper?
But with our recommendation, we wouldn't have taken this patient to an NGO.
So we can conclude this, that this
het ons MDT aanbeveel waarheen hulle moet gaan.
Continue, Mr. Profi.
Well, I just want to ensure that we are back on record. And
I see, okay, let's just wait. The number is still 28.
And
Sasha, what do you want to say to us? Sasha, did you want to say something, Ms. Stevenson? Sasha? Do you want to say something, or your hand was just up mistakenly? I see the number is still 28. Proceed. That will join us if those. Yes, Mr. Asim.
Sorry, my lady. Just on behalf of my attorney, Sasha Stevenson, it was an error. It was a mistake.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I continue, my lady?
Yes, but I see the number is just decreasing. I don't know what's wrong. Let's just wait for 3 or 4 minutes. Yes, you may proceed.
For the sake of the record and just for continuity, we ended before we were cut off that on your interpretation of that tab, this user should have ended up at Cullen and not at an NGO, correct?
Correct.
How did he then end up at an NGO? Whose fault was that?
I don't recall. I really don't recall what was happening because patients were towards the end of the program of this project. So there were so many patients, as I've mentioned. Sometimes we will go to Life Esidimeni to Banning and sometimes go to Randfontein. So whether this patient was first during our absence or when we were present, I am really not sure. When was Mvulane transferred to Butlebeng?
Were you not responsible?
I cannot recall when was he transferred to Butlebeng.
Were you not responsible for the transferring and as well as the successful assessment of the users?
As I've indicated, the assessment is done by the Life Esidimeni team. And especially in Baneng, the doctor was, before these patients were transferred, they were actually seen by the doctor in Baneng. So that's why I can't even remember whether Mvulane was in the Randfontein's care center or was in Baneng. As I said, sometimes we would work in Baneng, sometimes we would work in Randfontein. So I don't recall the day when he was transferred.
Can I then conclude this point on that errors were made by the team as a collective, either the department or Life Esidimeni, in the allocation of the users? Errors were made.
It is possible.
Thank you. May I then, I'd already referred you to paragraph 8. We've concluded that point. Then paragraph 10 of the same statement, page 545, paragraph 10. Let me know once you've reached the statement and once you've read it, please.
I have read it.
Just a second. Yes, continue, Mr. Profi.
Mr. Nelo, what I require your comment on is as it relates to the NGO's understanding that they would be supported by the department. So my first point is in respect of training, the training that was promised, but it did not happen. Whose responsibility was it for that training to happen?
The training of NGO is done by the person responsible for NGO. They would organize people who will do the training for the NGOs, and that is Hannah Jacobus.
I will then take up my questions with her and not burden you any further in respect of that. When Ms. Mbasha says that the moving of the patients exposed them to danger due to the lack of funding and the promised support, The reason why I bring this up is because when one of my learned colleagues referred you to Teteti's statement, which if there's no need for me to take you there, I won't. He shared the similar sentiment that the transferring of the users to the NGOs had financial implications on the NGOs and exposed the NGOs to risk. That would be the common thread between these two statements. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree. As I've indicated, that I knew that I realized that the NGOs were struggling. That's why I requested that when they're still waiting for funds, because funds are only released when the service has been provided, why can't they give them startup funds? So I am quite aware that funding or financial constraints can impact on the functioning of the NGOs.
Can and did heavily impact on the NGOs, which
Yes,
is.
I agree.
Thank you. So I'm not going to take it any further on the startup fund because in your cross-examination, we already heard from Dr. Manamela that she did sign, she did give it, but the startup fund was never given, even though it would have, if that startup fund was given to the NGOs, would you agree with me that some of us would not be sitting here today?
It could have helped. Yes.
And I then refer you to page 661, paragraph 662, paragraph 3. I just first want to advise on what the statement should be, your statement, if I'm not mistaken.
Which page?
The page that I'm going to refer to, my lady, is 662, paragraph 3.
Yes.
Has
the paragraph starts on the previous page.
On the previous page, my lady, but my focus is on the following, on the latter portion of the paragraph.
Okay.
It's merely just to seek your comment on that when you testified that you were, I just want to get your wording correct, but you were surprised, but when the deaths were announced, I think you used the words you were surprised when you heard about the deaths.
Yes, you're correct.
Now, if one reads all your statements and your cross-examination, would I be correct that you raised multiple objections and multiple suggestions in making this project better?
Yes, I agree.
Because there were so many problems, correct?
Yes.
Then, as someone who posed so many objections, how are you then surprised when users start to die?
I did not anticipate that they would end up dying. That's the reason.
So if you raised all these concerns, what did you, and your concerns were not met, what did you think was going to happen?
I would imagine that it would impact negatively on the side of the patient, but that was not something I had thought of. It was not something primarily on my mind.
But we're talking specifically about mental health care users here who the complaints are around their medication, their complaints are around reports, their complaints are about they don't have funding. These are extreme issues that would result in an extreme consequence. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, but that is not a normal activity. So anybody can be surprised of that. I mean, I'm surprised, especially if they die in numbers. I was surprised and frustrated at the same time.
But you push them out in numbers, so wouldn't they die in numbers?
I did not push, but Maybe is that the correct way of saying I pushed them?
You transferred them in a rush in numbers.
Yes, I agree. They were in rush and in numbers, but I was not anticipating. It was just my genuine expression that I was not anticipating deaths. That's how I feel.
Can you then read the paragraph that follows, please, being paragraph 4?
I have read the paragraph. Thank you, Counsel.
First, just for chronology, Waverley was closed on the 31st of May 2016, correct?
Yes, correct, Counsel.
In the statement, it says in the 6th line, on the 11th of June 2016, myself and Dr. Lekwane were delegated to Waverley LE in order to assist the fast-tracking the placement of patients into NGOs and hospitals. If it was closed on the 31st of May, what were you guys doing there on the 11th of June?
Can I rectify this? This was corrected when the statements were read. Corrected.
It was corrected?
Yes, when the statements were read. And I specifically indicated that it was not June, it was May. And it was corrected.
You said it was May, correct? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is, I must have missed that.
Yes, correct. Yes, continue.
So my questions then relate to when you were there in April, right? And then the 11th of June, the movement started. What were you doing in those, given the time pressures in the closing of the facility? What were you doing in those 2 months from 6th April to 11 June?
We have corrected 11th of June. I started, I was on leave, and I joined Dr. Dinkwani on the 11th of May.
Mm-hmm. So from 6th April to 11 May, what were you doing?
I was doing other jobs. We were not yet allocated to go and work at Waverley. We were at the offices.
But the job you were doing did not relate to the planning and logistics of this project.
Even if we were not planning, we were planning logistically, but not actually being placed. We were only placed on the 3rd. I was placed in absentia on the 3rd of May. And then, as I said, I was on leave, and I joined Dr. Dinkwani on the 11th of May at Waverley.
Thank you, Ms. Nilla. Can I then refer you to the same statement, but paragraph 5 on page 663?
Thank you, I have read it.
Just a second. Yes, continue, Mr. Profi.
My line of question relates primarily to medication and clinics. You've already given us the background on defining a clinic. My concern in this paragraph is that we can agree that mental health care users, their medication is a, I don't see the judge anymore. Is it just me?
I can see you.
Okay, then I'll continue, my lady. Their medication is important to their health care, correct?
Yes, correct.
Linking a clinic with an NGO would then be vital in sustaining a healthy medication supply, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mbasha will come and tell this court that she had to use medication from her private clinic.
But
something is wrong. I couldn't hear you. I don't know what happened. You seemed to have been frozen. Whether is it from my side, I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear my lady. Can my lady hear me?
Yes, but please repeat what you have just put to the witness.
Ms. Mbasha will come and tell this court that she had to use medication from her private clinic in order to supplement the medication for the users because she was not linked to a clinic. Do you have a comment to that?
There is an attachment. I'm not sure where exactly in the case line. It was linked to Lodian Clinic. And when visiting Ubuklebenkosi, I would also indicate that. And they were aware that the clinic they're supposed to go to is Lodian Clinic. And there was even a district coordinator who was assisting Ubuklebenkosi.
But this would have... Sorry, please finish.
There was an incident that the shortage of medication, and they were assisted in ordering from the straight from the regional from the regional pharmacy with the assistance of the district coordinator.
Ms. Mbasha will tell the court that initially, because she wasn't linked to a clinic, she would have to tell the department of the medication she needs. The department will arrange with the necessary clinic. The clinic will put the medication together and call her. But during that time when that was happening, she would have to use her own medication.
Do you agree or you disagree?
I cannot comment on that. I'm not aware of that.
So you would not be able to comment on the medication supply before you adopted Esidimeni Inquest?
I wouldn't comment. I adopted Esidimeni Inquest in September.
Yes.
And when I started to go to Esidimeni Inquest.
So the period between June when she collected the users to September when you supported her. She will tell this court that she was visited by you and the team because remember in your statement you said you wouldn't go to the NGOs unless you were accompanied. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Which did happen.
Yes, it happened immediately after we adopted the NGOs and I visited Esidimeni Inquest.
Apologies for interrupting you. Ms. Mbasha will tell this court that it happened in June. You visited with the team, then silence until she was adopted in September, where then the regular visits from you after adopting came. So from June to September, there was nothing from the department or yourself.
According to my reports, I started I visited Ubuklebenkosi with the DDG once in July, I think, after they received. The DDG wanted to see the NGOs. So I went with the DDG to Ubuklebenkosi. I was allocated to go with him. But after the adoption, I frequently went to Ubuklebenkosi to support. But the district coordinators were going regularly after the placement.
Do you recall, the reason why I'm asking this, and I'm not going to beat around the bush, but the reason why I'm asking this is because do you recall that in my learned colleague Foster's cross-examination of you, and there was an objection to this by her counsel that she had put to the court that your statement was being taken out of context. Where I do agree with my learned friend, Ms. Foster, is that what I don't want to be before this court is when you in your statement had said you were with Precious Angels for that period. We cannot conflate issues here and say that because you were doing one thing with an NGO, you were then doing it with all the NGOs. That for the period of when the users were admitted to being adopted, there was no support.
There was support, advocate. And I'm not the only person in the directorate. Some went to these NGOs, some went to other NGOs. I immediately after placement, I went to Precious Angel, River Feni, and other NGOs. But Ubuhle was also supported by somebody in between, including the district team.
Who was that person who supported in between?
I'm not sure. There is a delegation which says there was somebody allocated for, in Dr. Manamela's allocation, there was somebody allocated to support between that, immediately after support, after placement, till between the July and September, before the adoption. People were going out supporting NGOs. So I'm not sure exactly. I think it was Hannah who was supporting Ubuhle. But there is an allocation for that.
I will then take that up with her. But I just want to emphasize the point of medication, that I want to refer you and the court to page 34904. Let me just check if that's correct myself. 34904. This is the list of the NGOs linked to a pharmacy. I'll give you time to go through the document.
I'm looking at the list, sir.
Now you can look at it, it's fine.
But in this list, it's not clear the Lodium part. I was looking under NGO link. I don't see any NGO link under Lodium.
What I will also tell you what you won't find is Ebuhlebeng Nkosi linked to a clinic. And I thought I was incorrect. I asked my attorney to also peruse because it's quite a long list. Ebuhlebeng Nkosi is not linked to a clinic, which supports Ms. Mbashi's claim that she was not linked to a clinic, which made medication supply difficult. It's why she used her private clinic's medication.
As I've indicated, when I started supporting Ebuhlebeng Nkosi, I actually verbally, I was not aware that they are not in the link in the list, but I verbally indicated to them, Sifiso and Miss Mbata, that it's Lodium. And Sifiso even went to Lodium to get medication there. So I was not aware because this list it's skewed in this in the case lines. That's why I'm not sure whether how did it come that it's not Ebuhlebeng Nkosi is not in there.
Could it not be because Ebuhlebeng Nkosi was not linked to a clinic? That's why their name is not on this list, Ms. Sinelo.
Yes, if you read in my statement, I said the district, they were requested to draw up a list and link their district NGOs to a clinic. And Ebuhlebeng Nkosi, I thought was linked to Lodium. That's why I persistently, every time I would go to them, I would tell them that they are linked to Lodium. So this was prepared by Rochelle Borden. So I was not aware that Ebuhlebeng Nkosi was not linked.
So until the rectification was made, she was not linked to a clinic and that would not have been receiving medication. Is that correct?
But I wouldn't say it's correct that she was not getting medication, because as I've indicated, that between after there was placement, the district coordinators, they've got sub-district coordinators who were allocated to each and every NGO. And I got reports that they were visiting, even Ebuhlebeng Nkosi was visited. And that time, Ebuhlebeng Nkosi between June and September was allocated to somebody else, as I've indicated. It was allocated to Hannah Jacobus according to the list that drawn by Dr. Mangamela.
Perhaps let me try this question a different way for the final time. If an NGO's name is not reflected on this list, they're not connected to a clinic. Is that correct?
Yeah, if something is not done, it's not listed or is not indicated, that means it hasn't been done.
Thank you. May I then refer you to page 664, paragraph 8. You've been referred to this paragraph a number of times. The only thing I wish to take out of this paragraph is that you adopted Ebuhlebeng Nkosi from September. Is that correct?
Yes, advocate.
Can you then tell the court what the adoption meant for you, what your responsibilities were, your duties were, what the adoption entailed?
The adoption entails that I would support the NGO, I would audit the NGO as I've done. I've done 2 audits, and all the discrepancies, and I was using the audit too, all the discrepancies were discussed with the management of Ebuhlebeng Nkosi and the district, because I was always with the district coordinator. And we would write commitments, what will happen, how are we going to resolve these problems, which we identified. And the problems identified, it was non-payment, and we escalated to the financial office where they were supposed to pay. And another part was that of having more patients who were over the age of 60, and that I have discussed with the directorate that they must be given license accordingly so that their terms can be adjusted. And the most important thing, which was supposed to be addressed by them, which was the infrastructure problem of them, because they didn't have adequate toilets and they didn't have adequate staffing. So those were the things, and I have attached all my audit tools, and I've been, in the days I've been with them and supporting them.
We are going to go through that report. So can I then pend that discussion for when we go to those reports in respect of Obuhlebhi Nkosi? The only thing I wished to elaborate on is in respect of Obuhlebhi Nkosi, you knew those concerns that she was raising. Who did you take those concerns to?
The Monday meeting, if they are supposed, like financially, which are supposed to be resolved by the finances, I would take them to there, and the relevant person would take them to for finance, and for licensing, with the relevant person who's dealing with licensing. So it would be better if we go to the report so that you can see what were my recommendation, what was done.
We're going to. But for now, before we get to the report, I just want to take the court in sequence. So where it begins, where the story of adoption begins, if I can refer the witness in the court to page 34937.
Three, 4, 9, 3, 7.
Thank you.
34937. That is a letter from Dr. Manamela to the witness.
34937.
34937 is correct. It is a letter in respect of the action plan regarding concerns at the NGO where mental health users from Life Esidimeni were placed. Have you had the time to peruse this letter?
Yes, I'm familiar with the letter.
Thank you. My highlights or extractions from this letter pertain to the second paragraph, which ends with, but there is much that needs to be improved. The paragraph that follows is that she has noticed with serious concern that the status of the NGOs where they were placed, the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni, leaves much to be desired. And then the action plan relates to you adopting Obuhlebhi Nkosi, and the process would then start from the 26th of September. From this letter, which will be put to Dr. Manamela, but I just want your comment on it since it is addressed to you. Upon reading this letter, one being yourself would take away that she's aware that there are issues with the NGOs and it needs to be improved. 2, that the status of the users leaving Life Esidimeni was much to be desired. Those are the takeaways from this letter, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then the adoption begins. Now, on the page that follows, I need to understand if this checklist, there's quite a bit, and for the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all 32, but what I need to understand is this a checklist? You go to the NGO and look for these things, or are these the action plan is put in place for you to support and assist them in obtaining these items?
You would assess the NGO and see whether do they have all this is like a checklist, and we would discuss it and assist them where possible. And whenever we go, we will look at this. This is part of the checklist also, together with the audit tool.
It is my instruction that in terms of policies, because if one reads that list, there is quite a number of policies that are required. Ms. Mbasha advised that in respect of policies, that when you advised that she needs policies, she didn't get the policies from you, but she got more support and asked previous NGOs for their policies, in order for her to have the policies, so upon your next visit, she can show you that she has the policies.
Yes. Isn't it? It was also a strategy that there are existing NGOs and they can help each other. I could help where I could, but the NGO as an entity, they were supposed to draw up their own policies based on their NGO. So we would help if there are problems in actually drafting them, and we would get information from the existing NGOs also.
Here's my confusion. You understand you now have to adopt NGOs because you have first-hand knowledge and experience that they're struggling. You are put in place to adopt them, to provide them with support. Why tell them, go ask your other NGOs who are also struggling, who are also falling through the cracks by the department for their policies, instead of just giving them the policies?
We did not have policies in hand. I was helping them to draw up their own policies based on the requirements of that certain NGO and even the location of the NGO. And we would ask from other policies because we would have a meeting with other NGOs and they would advise on the policies they have. And then we discuss all the policies and see how can they be applied in another NGO.
For you to say you did not have policies, Ms. Mbasha advised that Hannah Jacobus gave her policies in December, but this was after the fact, after she'd already obtained the policies, so you did have policies to give the NGOs.
No, we draw up, we set as an entity, as a mental health directorate, and we allocated that you will do this policy, you will do this policy. So we came up with those policies. And Hannah, she got those policies from me, some of the policies, because each and every one was tasked to do policies. And then these policies can be given to NGOs.
So instead of the NGO, instead of Bushle Benkosi getting the policies from Hannah in December, why didn't you give it to her in September when the support?
Isn't it that we were drafting those NGO policies, as I said, we used to sit and we would be allocated that you do a policy on hygiene, we do a policy on this, we do, and then from there we'll come together. And then we will take sure that all the NGOs are responsible we can have these policies.
So the adoption was meant to support and make the NGOs' lives better and not give them more problems. You agree with me?
I agree.
So Ms. Mbasha's instruction to me is that as wonderful of an experience and polite experience that she had with you, when you came, which was regular, I will have that on the record, that your guidance to her, the recommendations, sorry, the word she will use is the recommendations you made were absolutely wonderful, but she consistently made it clear that she did not have the funding to implement any of the recommendations.
Yes, I was quite aware. As I said, if it happens to there is a financial constraint, that was also beyond my control, and I would refer that to the meeting, and then it will be escalated to the right place. And the main problem with the NGOs, they were not getting their payments on time, which was beyond my control.
But is it then fair on the NGO when you keep visiting, keep making recommendations, keep writing reports, keep having expectations of NGO you know aren't getting money, you know is short paid, you know it's late paid, yet you continue to make recommendations that they cannot do?
Those recommendations were based on the findings, and the financial aspect was beyond my control.
I hear that it's beyond your control. So all you did is Monday after Monday meeting is bring it up over and over and not do anything about it.
Those I could do something about, I would have done something about. But with finance, sorry, I couldn't do anything about finance. But I would push that they get paid and they get a license, which is the right license for them, so that they can adjust it. And
because the license had an impact on their staff complement as well as their required tariff in terms of funding.
yes, I have also indicated that, and I've requested, since I said I was not doing licenses, and I've recommended that please adjust the license so that this person, when she claims, she gets the right tariffs.
So the solution was to change the license and not remove the 10 users over the age of 60 to relieve the NGO.
That's what she recommended, as she said, it would be a relief on her if she gets the right tariff. That's what she recommended.
But you also will come and tell this court that you recommended that the department find an old age home or an alternative for them to go to, as they were putting strain on the NGO.
That was the second one, when she realized that maybe it was taking long. Yes, to amend the and then ultimately the users were removed ultimately.
Yes, because the camel's back had broken and she couldn't continue with all these problems and nothing is being done about them. So they were removed.
I agree.
Okay, I think this would be the opportune time for us to go to the report. I just want to get the correct page, if the court will bear with me. Yes, that is page 34978 is your report in respect of your audit report in respect of Esidimeni Inquest. Please let me know once you've found the report and once you've read it.
I've just find the motivation. Sorry. Information on the adopted NGO. Is that the report?
Just give me 1 second. It is labeled NCS 7, information on the adopted NGO. That's correct. That is the first page. The report then begins on page 34979.
Yes.
So I'm not going to go through every piece of this report for the sake of time, but I will just pick up from where we pegged previously when you had made reference to infrastructure, that they had infrastructure problems. I didn't want us to talk about it in isolation, but with the report actually in front of us, you advised that the toilets were an issue, and you advised that they should build, expand or renovate the outside toilets. The cupboard racks in the dormitory were unstable. To that end, she advised that the cupboards were built in and therefore they were never raised as an issue. And the other alternative relates to the certificate, which between the two of you, a dietitian was provided by the department. So that issue was then satisfied, and that would conclude your issues in respect of Esidimeni Inquest. Her response to that was, as I had pointed out to you earlier, that she agreed with all your recommendations and she thought they were wonderful ideas. The money she received for the users related to the specific user. So when she received money from the department, being short paid and late, it was for a user. Remember, they didn't have clothes. She had to sort out clothes, toiletries, food, accommodation, staff salaries. There was expenses that she had to pay. So with the money that she had to then play the juggling act in respect of, do I feed the users or do I expand and renovate the outside bathroom? Concerns which she had raised. So the point I'm making is that the recommendations were wonderful, but simply not practical because you were aware that there were no funds to facilitate the recommendations or to execute the recommendations. Your comment on that?
Yeah, it's difficult for me to comment because for any NGO to be deemed ready, some of the infrastructure problems are not supposed to be there. So this was supposed to have been done before even the patients were put in. The issue of toilets and other things. And it's a responsibility of the NGO for the infrastructural issues.
But she was given the okay to occupy that facility.
As I've indicated, I did not identify the NGOs, and the infrastructure department together with the people identifying were the ones who identify the readiness, including the infrastructure of that place.
Can you appreciate that Ebuhlebeni Inkosi is sitting with a department that one half tells it that you're allowed to occupy this space, another then comes and says you have infrastructure problems, another that doesn't pay her in full, another that comes and says, I hear that you have financial issues, but I need you to have A, B, C, D. Can you appreciate that that puts Ebuhlebeni Inkosi in a difficult position? And I will use the word that Mr. Masanoha used in his cross-examination, in which he agreed with me that the department shortchanged the NGO.
I would also agree, but when I'm doing an audit, I have to indicate, because there is an item on infrastructure, I have to indicate how the infrastructure is.
But then does logic not dictate that you then go back to the team member who allowed the NGO to be there to ask your team member, why did you allow Ebuhlebeni Inkosi to occupy this space when there is infrastructure problems?
As I've indicated, these reports are shared with the whole mental health directorate. This report in front of us, it's known by the directorate, and these were indicated and then we debated about them. And we were frustrated also that the patients and the NGOs are not getting money.
So it just seems that everybody was frustrated at the end of the day. The NGOs were frustrated, you were frustrated, but the time frame and the situation, the unfortunate situation you found yourselves in, it was tough for everyone.
Yes, I agree.
So we both agree. So who would you pin that to?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't pin any problem to anybody because everyone was in. As we said, we were all frustrated and we were all under stress, under strain.
So you wouldn't then, being a subordinate, blame your direct supervisor because you gave that information to her and she didn't come back to you on your concerns?
I don't want to blame anyone. On my personal capacity, I'm not blaming anyone.
Then do we blame you? Do we then put it all on you?
On which grounds? I didn't do anything. I am not liable for any problems, especially the deaths.
Because you raise the concerns, but you're not prepared to blame anyone.
I am not here to judge. It is the responsibility of this court at the end of the day to make final judgment, not me.
The difficulty that I have is that you can agree with me that you were frustrated, the NGOs were frustrated, but you can't tell me who the head of this frustration is.
We were carrying out a mandate which was issued by the MEC.
So
this project was a rush, as everyone has been indicating that this was a rush. There was no time for this.
Just, I think Ms. Mboni came late. Yes, the witness has already responded. Let me hear you.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, this question was put yesterday to the witness as well. My learned colleagues, they stepped in and they did indicate that this is an unreasonable question to this witness. We are before this court for this court to make a determination on what is to happen here. But what my learned colleague is asking the witness is to tell this court who is liable. My lady, there would be no point for us being here if we knew who was liable. We are here the court is to determine who is liable. So this is an unreasonable question and it shouldn't be put to this witness, my lady.
My lady, the question was not who is liable, but that she agreed with me that the NGOs were frustrated and she had sympathy for their frustration. She agreed then that she was frustrated because nothing was done about the NGOs' frustration. I was merely asking who is the head of that, who caused you this frustration?
So it's different from the one of yesterday.
Correct, my lady.
The day before.
Yes. Deaths. I'm saying you agree with me, you were frustrated. Who is responsible for your frustration?
Yes, okay. The question is allowed. The witness has already answered in any event. I don't, in my view, it's not the same as the previous one. It's not determining who's liable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to conclude that point then that the chain of your frustration stemmed from the MEC. Would you agree with that? From the MEC.
Oh, okay.
Based on the witness's answer.
We said we were implementing the project, which was a mandate of the MEC.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sinero, I am almost done. Before I check my notes, I just want to canvass the issue of grouping. In terms of the assessments being done, we agreed that errors were made in respect of users being sent to NGOs when that shouldn't have happened. Now I just want to deal with the consequence of those errors. I just seek your comment on the importance of grouping because my instruction is that
on the importance of
grouping the users with the necessary or relevant licensed NGO. Let me put that more eloquently, my lady. The grouping the NGOs to the license that they are allowed to carry it out. So in her NGO, she had 18-year-old, if we consider age was one of her problems, was that she had over 60s and she had 18-year-olds. Managing those two come with their own difficulties. The staff complement was then further strained by the older users being in the facility when they shouldn't. So you can agree with me that she had users of age that shouldn't have been with her. She had users of extreme dependence which shouldn't have been with her. We went through that line 72 on the Excel spreadsheet. So we can agree. We agreed.
There's somebody talking in the background. Can you please refrain from doing that? Yes, you said she has got users of which age, which she was not supposed to have, and then even the number. Just repeat that.
She had users over the age of 60, which she was not licensed to have.
Age of 60.
60.
Mm-hmm.
10 of them, to be precise, madam.
Yes.
And she had users who were 18 years old. Balancing those two groups is difficult. She had very
Just a
aggressive.
second. Yes.
She had very aggressive users. So the staff complement was strained by the 10 over 60 users, which put a strain on the night staff. And the reason why I bring up the night staff is because she says these very aggressive users had to be, the older users had to be protected from these very aggressive younger users. And that these very aggressive younger users would have high libidos, which needed to be guarded against from the weaker users. This is the danger of mixing different mental health care diagnoses, as well as ages, as well as users. What is your comment to that?
Yes, I agree with her.
You agree?
Yes.
May I just have 4 minutes to just...
Yes, you can.
My lady, that concludes my cross-examination for the witness. I'm indebted to the court for the indulgence and as well as my seniors who I went before.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Coca? Well, okay.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes.
My lady, should I continue? I see we are left with 13 minutes.
I don't know, you don't want to start, but okay. How, do you have lots of questions?
Yes, my lady, definitely. I won't finish by 4.
Okay. I think we can leave it at that. Yeah. Mr. Late, do you want to say something before I...
Yes, Malaria, I just want to inform the court of a challenge we have tomorrow. Our officers are scheduled for fumigation 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We will not be able to sit after lunchtime.
Oh. All right, let's proceed in the morning and see how far we can go.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Are you still talking, Mr. Late? All right, there's another hand. I don't know whether it was Mr. Late. Okay. Yes, Mr. Pina?
Sorry, my lady, I thought we already, maybe I'm jumping the gun.
Mr. Asim, do you want to say something or?
No, I just thought we were going to adjourn until tomorrow morning, my lady.
Yes, I'm closing. It's just that Mr. Late interrupted me. Mr. Asim, is it the same with Mr. Pina?
No, it's not the same, my lady.
You want to say something?
I just had a question for Mr. Late and whether he's suggesting that we finish early tomorrow, or would he be able to participate in the hearing from a different location?
Is it possible to participate from a different location so that we can proceed and utilize the afternoon?
It is possible, my lady. I only have to use my own data, but it is possible to
just see if you can make other arrangements just for us not to waste that time.
As the court pleases, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much.
My lady?
Yes.
Can I? Yeah. If we proceed beyond this witness, we will not be able to sit in the afternoon because she has to attend our offices.
She has to?
Attend our offices for her testimony.
But you can make arrangements, isn't it? Can't you make arrangements with Ms. Mboweni?
Not for another witness now, my lady.
Or are you not
This
referring
witness-
to this witness?
Now, if we proceed beyond this witness, in other words, if
beyond
Hannah
this
Jacobus
one. Okay, no, we still have Mr. van Bergen also. Remember?
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Yes, my lady, I believe it's highly unlikely that we will finish with this witness tomorrow because I still have to cross-examine, and then Ms. Mboweni also has to.
There's also Mr. Manamela. I don't know where he is. We don't know whether he's going to cross-examine the witness or not. But maybe tomorrow he will be there because I've been trying to get to check his whereabouts. All right, on that note, I'm going to adjourn the proceedings until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Well, our witness is going to remain with us for some time. I hope we finish with you by the end of tomorrow. It's Friday. I just hope they finish with you by tomorrow, Miss Sonel. I see, Mr. Late, did you forget to put your hand down? I see there's another hand. Can you please put that hand down if you don't know? Okay. Thank you very much. The witness is warned. The proceedings are therefore adjourned to tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases, my lady.
May it please your ladyship.
May it please the court, my lady.